Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. When someone asks me what was the ancient Egyptians' view of X, I immediately think of a two-pronged view, because the ancient Egyptians had an official view of many things, and this is the view that would be put up on the walls of temples and on the walls of the tombs of the elites. That was an official, let's say, state-sanctioned view. That bore little to no resemblance to what people actually may have thought. It was the official view. So when you look at Nubia as depicted on the walls of temples in Egypt, you will see Nubians being crushed under the chariot wheels of the king. You will see Nubians being dragged back to Egypt enslaved. What we see on the ground in terms of archaeological evidence is quite different. We see people who had Nubian names, people who were using Nubian material culture, living within Egypt, working in Egypt, marrying people with Egyptian names. So something quite different from the very intense militaristic scenes that you see in temples.
What is the period of writing of Sumer?
Excellent. Excellent. So writing is introduced in ancient Sumer as early as 3300 BC. The earliest Sumerian writing is 3300 BC in the form of what's referred to as cylinder seals, which I came equipped with that too today. It's interesting that Brother Reggie threw that question. Give me 1 second to pull that out.
Go ahead.
So we're going to take a look at what a Sumerian cylinder seal is. These are things that I use on museum tours. You see the difference between studying something on Google and Wikipedia and being in touch with knowledge and information. It puts you in the realm of doing what is referred to as field work. Mm-hmm. You have to actually become tangible with the things that you're looking at. We can't speak of Sumerian cylinder seals and we never even held one. We can't speak of Sumerian cylinder seals and we never even seen one. So this is a Sumerian cylinder seal. The earliest Sumerian cylinder seals appear in 3300 BC, and they're first there to document and account for farming and the monetary value of various goods. So the very first appearance of writing which is not just the very first appearance of writing in Sumer, but even in ancient Kemet, it's really about accounting. People are accounting monetarily for that which is distributed, that which is sold in terms of precious goods, precious items, food, even artistic items. This is the genesis of writing. This is a clay tablet, as it were. The way that cylinder seal writing works, Brother Sarnetta, you take a cylinder object like this, you roll it against a wet clay surface. The cylinder object is inscribed with either cuneiform writing, which can be Sumerian cuneiform, it can be Akkadian cuneiform. There's many different versions of cuneiform writing. Some of them can even be pictorial. This one, for instance, is pictorial in nature. And what you do is you take the cylinder and you roll it against the clay, and the negative image or impression that it leaves an accounting. It leaves an official document. They leave it to dry in the sun. This is the oldest form of writing in the world, Brother Sarnetta, because even as the Metropolitan Museum evidently shows you, Brother Reggie knows this, before you go into Old Kingdom Egypt in the Metropolitan Museum right here in New York City, Brother Sarnetta, there's a glass case which represents the oldest writing in Egypt. You know what's contained inside that glass case, Brother Sarnetta?
What's that, brother?
Cylinder seals that look just like this. Cylinder seals, which show pictorial images. The very first writing in ancient Kemet is not that which is occurring on the Narmer palette. There is writing occurring in ancient Kemet that's actually on cylinder seals. If you know anything about cylinder seals in terms of writing, you know it has its origin in Mesopotamia. This is why I can say academically with great confidence and accuracy that writing begins in Mesopotamia, because even the writing that first appears in Kemet, it appears first in the form of Sumerian cylinder seals, which is not Kemetic in origin. So that means the very idea of writing cannot be Kemetic in origin. So we may now have to assess where even Jehuti may have been inspired. Jehuti is known as the Netcher of writing, Sesh. You know, Jehuti would be referred to in the Medu Netcher as the Netcher of Sesh, the writing. Ancient Egyptians, Ancient Egyptians writing system, right? Right. Excuse me, sorry about
Point
that.
it down. Point the mic. Yeah, there you go. So
Okay. So this is very, very important, Brother Sarnetta.
powerful information.
Very, very
brother.
important.
Powerful.
The earliest forms of writing, Brother Sarnetta, is occurring in ancient Sumer. This is another tablet with Sumerian cuneiform writing. The oldest cylinder seals in the world are all found in Sumer. The oldest writing in ancient Egypt appears in the form of cylinder seals. But the oldest cylinder seals in the world come from Sumer, Mesopotamia. They are in cuneiform. This is very important. So when we say academically that writing begins in Sumer, we are not crediting Europeans. We are not giving credit to Caucasians. The Sumerians are a black race. In fact, they're a race of black continental Africans and black Africans in Mesopotamia. Sarnetta, we must remember, this is my last statement on this, we are aboriginal to everywhere in the world. And you cannot speak about white civilizations until at least 1000 BC.
Where did the Sumerians come from? Was they always there? Did they migrate there from somewhere else?
This is a great question, which leads to my next statement. So the Sumerian culture, Brother Sarnetta, is born out of what is referred to as the Ubaid culture, U-B-A-I-D, the Ubaid culture. Do you know, Brother Sarnetta, you have a picture. If you don't mind, Brother Sarnetta, would you mind getting the picture of the Nisut that's holding the flail and the crook, just so I can show you something? Sure. This is the Nisut Asar. This is a representation of Asar, correct?
Yes.
Nasar.
Hold it up.
Asar is holding in both hands the flail and the crook. The crook is the shepherd's staff, And the flail is that which drives away anything that would come to harm the sheep. The flail and the crook in ancient Kemet symbology, Brother Sonata, is representative as the emblems of kingship. Emblems of kingship. Here's the first thing I want to remind you, Brother Sonata. The flail and the crook is borrowed from the profession and occupation of shepherds. Ancient Egyptians were not regarded as the world's ancient shepherds. Shepherding as an occupation began in Mesopotamia. This is why Brother Seti, who used to be on this channel a lot, would always refer to the Asiatics and the Hebrews, and you remember the lectures, Brother Sonata, as them stinking shepherds. But the very emblem of kingship in ancient Kemet is the flail and the crook. Now, you do not begin to see this imagery of the flail and the crook among Egyptian kings or Kemetic kings, Nisut, until the late Old Kingdom into the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. Why is that even significant? That this is the period that you begin to see shepherds' symbology as being emblems of kingship in Egypt. When Egypt steps into the Middle Kingdom, Brother Sonetta, it's because they had just went through what is referred to as their very first intermediate period. Intermediate periods in ancient Kemet represents a period of foreign rule when foreigners are governing ancient Egypt. The foreigners that were governing ancient Egypt in the first intermediate period were Asiatics. The very point in time in ancient Kemet where you begin to see this imagery of a shepherd or a Nisut holding the flail and the crook, just like you see it here, is from a period where Asiatics are ruling Kemet. That's highly significant. Remember, our brother, Grandmaster Teacher Mfudiji, always tells us this. When Menchu Hotep takes control of Kemet and unites it again, locks out the foreigners and the Asiatics. This is, by the way, Sonata, also the time period where you begin to find the word Kemet. The word Kemet, remember, is not used in the Old Kingdom to describe the people of Egypt. The word Kemet can be found in the Old Kingdom, but it's not used to describe the people of Egypt until the Middle Kingdom. So a lot of things are going on during the Middle Kingdom, the early Middle Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet. And one of the first things that are going on is that they are certainly being influenced by those who were just the ruling power. Remember, the first intermediate period represents Asiatics or foreigners ruling ancient Kemet. Now, Menchu Hotep certainly comes in and kicks them out, but he doesn't drop all the culture. Because what begins to occur in a lot of Egyptian art is statues of Asar holding a flail and crook. The same way that you can find it in Mesopotamian art, in Asiatic art.
Powerful.
Which means that the Asiatics certainly influenced them. When you look at this image, Sonata, you look at it and you see Kemet. You look at it and you see the apex of Black African greatness. What you weren't aware of is that it had Mesopotamian origins. Remember, this is the emblems of a shepherd. It is a known fact that when the people of Kemet spoke abhorrently with hatred towards Asiatics, one of the things that they referred to them as is dirty shepherds. And the reason why they would call them dirty shepherds, and one of the reasons why they would even also include their occupation, it can't offend the Egyptians because this was not the general occupation of people in Egypt. So when referring to Asiatics as shepherds, it's a term that would only offend them because in the ancient world, they primarily made up the shepherds. This is extremely significant, Sonata, for more reasons than one, because I'm not sure if you already knew this, but Asar himself is called a shepherd. One of Asar's title is the Good Shepherd. But I'm going to show you this.
Well, I'm going to let you know. You know they tuning in right now. Jaro and all of them is looking at this right here. Whenever Zion come up.
Good.
No, we're not live.
All right.
But whenever Zion comes to the House of Contents, you know they all tune in.
And that's what I want.
You know, and that's a good thing.
I want to show you something. There's something called, remember, the discussion right now is how did the Sumerians come to power? How did the Sumerians, get to that region? There's a culture that precedes the Sumerian known as the Ubaid culture, Ubaid. The Ubaid culture dates back to roughly 7,000 BC, Brother Sonetta. The Ubaid culture dates back to 7,000 BC, and they terminate around, the 5,000 BC, going close to 4,500, which is when the Sumerian culture takes over. The oldest representation, Brother Sonetta, that you know of the Black Madonna, is it in Europe, Brother Sonetta?
Yes.
It's in Europe, the oldest representation of the Madonna, or is it in Kemet? Meaning,
it's in Kemet.
It's in Kemet, right?
Yeah, the oldest, right?
Now, and that would be.
I thought you was talking about like the statue where they took it from and brought it to Europe, where you see all of them.
When I'm saying the Black Madonna, I'm referring to its original, which is
that's
believed to be in ancient Kemet, right?
Right, correct.
Which is a child, suckling from the breast of their mom, right? Look at the Ubaid figurines. The Ubaid figurines, Sonetta, show you that in 5,500 BC, the people who are responsible for giving Sumer their high culture are representing the same things we see in Kemet. Even the flail and the crook that you see the Nisut holding is an Ubaid figurine holding the flail and the crook as well.
And so you're saying that's older.
That's much
than
older.
Kemet.
It's 3,000 years older, Brother Sonetta. That would make it much older.
So is that in the museums?
You see, the race and the struggle, and this is why I still have tremendous respect for our Grandmaster teachers. The race and the struggle for our teachers is different than the race and the struggle we have today. They were fighting simply to prove that African civilizations on the continent were African, let alone the discussion we're having now, which is there were civilizations contemporary with Kemet, which are also black and are also off the continent.
Sumer is in Africa, though.
Sumer, well, by today's standards, you would say no, because Sumer is not on the continent of Africa, right? Like you literally have to cross water. It's not on the continent. Now, if we're entertaining Pangea, which, at one point it was all one landmass, then yeah, absolutely. But Sumer technically is not part of Africa, but you have to talk about Africa when you talk about Sumer, Brother Sonetta, because the Sumerian civilization, remember, is an admixture of a Semitic population as well as the populations from Nubia in Africa. And while I'm talking Nubia and Kush, Brother Sonetta, this is so escaped and evaded in the community, it's not even funny. Nubia, or ancient Kush, or what my brother Mfodishi, reading the Medu Neter, would refer to as Kash, their empire does not settle and is not limited strictly to the continent. The ancient Nubian empire, Brother Sonetta, stretched from Upper Egypt, which by our vantage point today is Lower Egypt, right? Nabta Playa, all the way up to Sumer, Brother Sonetta, which includes the Indus Valley culture. Indus Valley culture is also known as Indus Kush. There's a reason why Indus Valley, or the Vedic or the Indian cultures of old, the prehistoric cultures, are referred to as Indus Kush, because it's a known fact that the Kushites were the first to introduce the high culture in that region of the Indus Valley.
Welcome back to Real Talk with Jeff Rutherford. Today on the 20-Day Project, we're looking at the African origins of India. Today we're looking at the Dravidians of the Indus Valley civilization. Before India was India, the Indus Valley civilization was an advanced civilization of science and spirituality that encompassed what we now know as India and Sri Lanka. Sometime around 2000 BC, people from what we now know as Sudan and Ethiopia migrated to that area and settled there. Remember, most of the people of Ethiopia today look nothing like the Ethiopia of ancient times. In fact, Ethiopia as referred to by the ancient Greeks didn't refer to a country, but rather a region in East Africa. The population today are a mix of the indigenous and non-indigenous people. These African people, the Naga, were descendants of ancient Egypt, or Kemet, but more specifically Kush, which was an offspring of ancient Kemet. These people settled in the area and mixed with the indigenous people of the region. The people that resulted were called Dravidians. Dravidians seeded what would come to be the fundamentals of Hinduism as a religion, as it was rooted in their Egyptian or Kemetic spirituality. Most of the research around the African roots of Dravidians has been done by B.B. Lau, K.P. Aravanan, and Doctors K.P. and S.B. Upadhyay. Their research has proved that Dravidians originated from Kush and showed the cultural, genetic, and religious similarities between Nubians or Kushites and Dravidians. For example, many continental African people today share the same genes as Dravidians, share the same traditional round huts as homes, the same religious beliefs, even similar board games. K.P. Aravanan's research showed an overwhelming amount of linguistic similarities between modern African languages such as Senegalese and Manding and the Dravidian language. The Tamil language, which is the first widely used language of India, and refers to the language and ethnic group of Sri Lanka's Tamil people, who are themselves Dravidians or descendants thereof. Over time, the Dravidians who occupied most of India were driven south by invading Aryan people. Yes, Aryans, not white supremacists, but ancient people comprised mostly of what we consider Iranian or Afghani people today. As a result, most Indian people are a varying mix of Aryans and Dravidians. Interestingly, the African roots of India has been left out of most history books, and when you look at the negative perception of being dark-skinned in Indian society, it's not hard to understand why it's been ignored.
So when we talk about the Indus Valley in the academic setting, it's referred to as Indus Kush. Kush meaning they are Ethiopian. Kush meaning they are Nubian. But what I want to point out, Brother Sanada, the Nubian Empire is from Mesopotamia all the way down to the continent. So again, when we have this conversation of Sumer, Brother Sanada, it becomes extremely important because we're not talking about a language isolate. We're not talking about an isolated culture. We're talking about a culture that spanned two different continents. And the great ideas coming from these two different continents is what produced the high cultures in those regions. It's no different than the known fact the high culture of Kemet begins, according to Dr. Ben, in the Great Lakes region. Now, let me show you something, Brother Sana. Simple arithmetic. The high culture of Kemet begins in what is known as the Great Lakes region. Now, nobody really cared to do this, but I did. I went online and I said, let me see something for a second. When Zion Lexx says that the Sumerian culture quite possibly influenced Kemet, people say that's crazy. Sumer is all the way over there. Kemet is all the way over here. You got to go all the way to Mesopotamia. Why would they do all that? Why can't they just be influenced by people on the continent? I don't think people know how close Sumer is to Kemet. So let me show you something. To go from the Republic of the Congo, which is the region of the Great Lakes, to ancient Kemet is 3,406 kilometers. To go from the Congo region, which is essentially the Great Lakes region, to ancient Egypt is 3,406 kilometers. To go from Egypt to Sumer is 1,427 kilometers. You have to travel almost 3 times the travel time and length to get to the Great Lakes region, and you have to do less travel to get to Sumer. Sumer is much closer to Egypt than the Great Lakes region. So here's my point based on common sense. If the high culture of Kemet can be so easily influenced by people that live almost double the distance away from Sumer, how is it Sumer can't have any influence when they're even much closer?
So Sumer and Kemet would be like, let's say, from here to Jersey or from here to Atlanta.
Perfect correlation. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Ben can correctly, which he's correct, because the Kemetic civilization is not exclusively influenced by Sumer. It's coming from several different directions. And people don't take time to settle their egos to realize that what makes anyone or anything great is the fact that there are many factors at hand contributing towards his greatness. So Kemet is great because her influence is coming from so many great empires. So if we're talking distance now again, and we're using modern terminology, Dr. Ben correctly would be saying that Egypt can be influenced by the Great Lakes region, which today would be saying Egypt is influenced, or New York is influenced by Atlanta, Georgia. Well, Brother Sarnetta, the difference between New York and Atlanta, Georgia is at least a 16-hour ride. You've done that ride before, right? Some people do it in 18 hours, right?
Right, right.
Well, how far is it from New York to Boston? Or New York to Philly? Sarnetta, going from ancient Kemet to Sumer would be like going from New York to Connecticut.
Wow.
And going from ancient Kemet, Brother Sarnetta, to the Great Lakes region would be like going from New York to Georgia. You see the common sense in my point?
Yeah. Powerful.
Why would we skip past the fact that Sumer is much closer, but then say there's no way they can influence them? But the Great Lakes region, which is so many more miles away, had to have influenced them.
Why do you think that no one in the Kemetic community has prepared in the same fashion or the same manner that you prepared to tackle the issues that have to do with their traditions, their customs, and in turn learn the metal netta, but no one in their community has ever made the effort to learn the Hebrew or even try to come, and show some things from the Hebrew perspective, like the way that you did, because that shows scholarship.
That's right.
I mean, people talk scholarship and they talk scholars, but how can you be a teacher or how can you be a priest or something and don't understand the language of the science that you're teaching? You understand what I'm saying? So why do you think that no one in the Kemetic community takes that time to do that?
Well, I want to say that I don't believe that anyone in the Kemetic community takes the time to objectively approach researchers because they're enjoying the subjective narrative. They're enjoying the narrative that because the Bible lacks archaeological evidence that can be produced in museums, and Egypt is abundant in archaeological relics, they love the narrative that, okay, Egypt has more evidence of its history, the Bible has less, therefore Egypt trumps all, everything comes from Egypt. But even they themselves will tell you that there are several artifacts that don't make it to the Egyptian Museum, that they know for a fact, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Kemetic Grandmaster teachers who I've heard say these things several times. They know some of the greatest archaeological finds that came out of Kemet cannot be seen in museum. These are things that are held in places like the UK. We all know that one of the biggest libraries in the world is in the Vatican. We all know that the Vatican actually has miles. We're not talking about a room and secret chambers. We are talking about miles of rooms or of storage where ancient information is kept with no one or very little eyes ever being placed upon it. And they say that some of their greatest traditions are housed in places like that. Well, the children of Israel, we have the same thing. In fact, some of the archaeological relics that we do have actually shows taking our items and carrying them off. One of the more famous archaeological relics that we have is holding a menorah. It's holding the Ark of the Covenant, so to speak, and you see them marching off with them. So we actually have archaeological relics showing you where our archaeological relics were going. So let's not play games. We know that we have them, but we know that we don't have access to them. There's a difference between not having evidence and not having access to the evidence. So we know for a fact that the police, I'll deal with New York City in this instance, are extremely corrupt, right? So we know that when they're at a murder scene, especially when there's a black person involved, we're very afraid because we know that they have access to all the DNA that they're going to be accumulating and all the other evidences, and we don't have that access, which means behind the scenes they can manipulate it or they can discard it and we'll never see it again. Such is the case with our literary history. There's so much of the literary history of the children of Israel or of Hebrews on the whole that we no longer have in our possession, that we no longer have access to, that no eye literally has seen in over 2,000 years. So we're not going to say, or we're not going to play the game that we don't have archaeological relics. What we don't have is access to our archaeological records. I think that to close on that point, when a narrative is portrayed in a person's favor, and then the truth surfaces against that narrative, most people, arguably, will not go on the side of the truth. Most people will arguably go on the side of the narrative that is in favor of their victory or of their prowess. So when evidence surfaces that could make us look any better than what they have shown us to, they're liable to not talk about it, not discuss it, or never address it. So it's not that they're not aware of our legacy being authentic, they just rather not touch on it. So it doesn't behoove them to go and study or learn Hebrew, because they're not on a journey of truth. And this is something that I've said openly recently to a lot of people that have asked me this question both on and offline. I said to them, although I'm an Israelite, and I'm very, very proud of an Israelite, make no mistake about it, I'm a truth seeker. We always talk about the Torah being true, and us being passionate adherents to it. But if you was to ever uncover evidence that could show you unequivocally, and we're speaking, of course, I'm just taking you through a scenario, right, so to speak. I'm using figurative language to discuss something that's not necessarily reality, yet is geared towards bringing us imaginatively to what you would actually do in various situations. If you're an adherent of Torah, and you encounter information that trumps it, that shows you that the Torah is false, what do you follow? Are you supposed to still follow the Torah? I'm proud enough of a truth seeker first to tell you that you're not supposed to follow Torah if you uncover evidence that makes it untrue. Now, until someone can come before me to prove to me unequivocally that the Torah is untrue, I'm Torah to the day I die. But because I'm a truth seeker first, I must be true to the truth. And this is what they lack. So, unlike them, our community has always been one that we push objective research. So our teachers didn't ban us from going into Kemetic studies and going to learn. Our teachers didn't ban us from reading the New Testament, things that we didn't grow up acquiescing to when it came to understanding Christianity. But our teachers told us, on the other hand, go and study those things, because they will empower you with a greater opinion when you speak to people who embrace those ideas. So if you haven't read the Torah in the original Hebrew language and you have a problem with it, you need to check your source, because 9 out of 10 times, any book of the Torah that you're reading that's not based on the original Hebrew, you're reading a European or a Eurocentric outlook on it. We love to talk in the Kemetic community that the Bible is a white man's book. And then you ask them why, and they say, oh, because King James is white. Let's walk with you there for a second. Who was the person that edited and redacted the Book of the Dead, which is a misnomer for the Pert Emheru? We know his name to be Wallace Budge. That's a white man. He's not the author, and he's extremely white. In Brother Jabari's words, that's the Talmud right there, right? He's extremely white, but he's not the author of the Bible. King James is not the author of the Bible. This is his version of the Bible. When Wallace Budge writes a book on the Pert Emheru, the Book of the Dead, this is his version of it. So we have to come back to objective study when we're making claims in an intellectual setting, or else we look like what we would call jackasses, for lack of a more prestigious term. So I want to say that what gave me an edge is the idea that I'm first a pursuer of truth. So I said, you know what? In order to free my mind of anything that would block me from finding the truth, I have to put aside my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own passions, my own ideas, my own beliefs for this moment. And I have to assume that what is coming out of Kemet could possibly trump what is in my book, what is in my spiritual system. And it's only when I began to study on those terms that great things were revealed to me during my studies, because I wasn't studying with a blind eye or with one hand covered over the eye. I studied with both eyes open and with my spiritual eye open, because I said that I'm a seeker of truth first. And perhaps this guy, Brother Jabari, is right, but he was wrong. And he was as wrong as one of my teachers would say as two left shoes.
I heard that in the debate was about
The origins of civilization.
the origins of civilization, right? And that he began to talk about Lucy.
Oh my God.
I don't know how true it is, but from what I seen, all the clips, and I give I give a big shout out to Brother Solomon,
Right.
who's a Kemet to the core, right?
Right.
But what I like about what he did was that he was very objective and going around and getting the temperature of the room at the time that the debate happened. That way you could get people's pure opinions at the time when the debate happened. And from the clips that I saw, there was a lot of people,
That's right.
including in their community,
That's right.
that said Zion Lexx handled this guy
That's right.
and did the job.
And we're talking about some key people. We're not just saying that he's interviewing random people in the audience that are not known to be immersed in the tradition of Kemet. He's interviewing people like Dr. Reggie, who is self-described as a doctor, aside from it being pseudo, with the idea that he's passionate about Kemet, and he's seen in the community as someone who genuinely believes in Kemetic practice and tradition, and is certainly rated among the very, very best by even the ranking top Kemetic Grandmaster teachers, for those who know their knowledge. I can remember Professor Smalls sitting on the couch with Brother Reggie, and Professor Smalls bowing, if you will, to the knowledge of Reggie when it comes to Kemet. There was a point in their conversation where Professor Smalls says, "This is Reggie's lane. I'm going to let him discuss the language because this is something that he mastered." There was a part of the Kemetic tradition that they touched on, and again, Professor Smalls, I give great credit and respect to him because this is humility. You know, for an elder to speak to someone, you know, almost 40 years younger than you and give them that kind of credit, it says a lot about that elder. And he gave those kudos and those respects to Dr. Reggie in those instances. And Jabari lost from the gate. And this is what essentially Solomon pointed out, because the topic of the debate is the origin of civilization. For those who don't know what civilization entails, we're talking about when things like government, agriculture, farming, law, and writing, the building of cities, irrigation, when all of these different things come together as a unit, as a whole, this is a civilization. Now, what Jabari did, very, very disingenuous, by the way, is he begins to give us the origins of mankind, which, by the way, well, let me touch on that. The origins of mankind, without a shadow of a doubt, is Africa. Everyone knows that. But guess what everyone else also knows? It's not Egypt. Right. Even Brother Jabari begins talking about the origin of mankind by going deep into South Africa, because it is known that man has his origins in Africa, mankind being birthed into the world. We know that there are no older bones anywhere in the world found in any place other than Africa. And we know the archaeological implications of such. But that's not the topic. And I told Brother Jabari during the debate, I said, if the topic was the origins of man, you would have won from your first 5 minutes. But the topic is the origins of civilization. But I did say, but I understand why Brother Jabari felt that he had to go to Africa to validate Kemet, because he understands that we're having an argument not just about the origin of civilization. Remember what the subtitle is, Kemet and Sumer. So we're looking at not just the origin of civilization, we're focusing on two ancient people of antiquity, and we're asking, and we are bringing forth information to show who emerged first as a civilization. So we're actually not just talking about the origin of civilization, where we'd be looking deep into South Africa, or we'd be looking deep into the Tigris, Euphrates Valley, but we're talking about Kemet and Sumer. Which of these two civilizations came first, produced the signs of what we call civilization? Brother Jabari, I'm speaking to you in this moment because you watch all my videos. You're able to quote them verbatim when we're on the phone, right?
Brother Jabari, I'm speaking to you in this moment because you watch all my videos. You're able to quote them verbatim when we on the phone, right?
That was very slick of you. You know the topic, Brother Jabari. You tell me and the community, you remind us daily. You hold a master's from Cornell University. You teach on the university level. The discussion is the origins of civilization. Why are we in South Africa? But I get it. You know, as well as those who study on the collegiate level, that Kemet is not older than Sumer when we talk about civilization. In fact, you already admitted it. You have a video, Brother Jabari, where you say verbatim, if Zion Lexx is talking about Sumer being older than Kemet, this could only mean one thing. He's looking at simply when Kemet becomes a unified nation, which he doesn't tell you the date. Because the date that Kemet becomes a unified nation, we're talking about the Narmer Palette. Right. We're talking about 3100 BCE. Right. So pay attention to the logic and the disingenuous and the magic tricks that he's doing when he doesn't give you dates. Something that I'm always ostracized for not doing, but he gets away a lot not doing. He says, if Zion Lexx is simply looking at when Kemet becomes a unified nation, then yes, family, it is true that Sumer is older. Time out. I'm not sure if you heard me. I'm going to quote Brother Jabari again, and we're going to play that video clip when this video was re-edited, because it's only a minute long. Brother Jabari says emphatically, if Zion Lexx is simply looking at the time period when Kemet becomes a unified nation, then yes, family, it's true that Sumer is older.
It is, I think, ultimately, when Zion Lexx asks about the origin of Ma'at, what he's actually doing is he's trying to say that Ma'at must be coming from somewhere else. And he posits in his book that Ma'at, and in fact all of Kemetic civilization, comes forward from Sumer. He says that Sumer is older. And I want you to understand that Sumer is actually a contemporary of Kemet. Now, if you are actually simply looking at when Kemet unifies as a nation, then it is true that Sumer is older. That's absolutely true.
Well, the time period that Kemet becomes a unified nation, we're talking about the Narmer Palette, which is one of the very, very first times we see writing, where we see instances or glimpses of law, government, just by the definitions on the palette itself. We're seeing some of the signs of civilization. Brother Jabari, the topic is the origins of civilization. Are you aware of that? This is something that I had to continually say to him during the actual debate. You already lost the debate before the debate started. When you admitted on camera on Sunday the TV that if I'm simply looking at when Kemet becomes a unified nation, then yes, it is true that Sumer is older, because Sumer had those things before Kemet, which is what I brought up during the debate. I showed that Sumer had all of the signs of civilization way before 3100 BCE. Kemet only has it starting from 3100 BCE. And in Jabari's words, that's what makes Sumer older. So we're not talking about the first person in Kemet to throw a stone or take a picture. We're talking about the first signs of civilization in Kemet. That's the debate. But you got to watch these ninjas because they real slick. And I got to say it like I feel it in this instance. You got to watch these ninjas because they real slick with their words. You know good and goddamn well the topic is the origins of civilization. But you have us looking at a monkey ape woman. That is not my ancestor. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. But when someone asks me of my pedigree, I also tell them that I am African. And guess what? I am a proud African because I'm human. I don't come from no ape. Brother Jabari gives us Lucy when he's talking about the origins of civilization. Well, one thing I know is this. Lucy wasn't found in Kemet, Chief. No. So why are we even looking at Lucy? Right. Number two, Lucy is not a human being. She's what they call a humanoid, which would be like half ape, half man. Last time I checked, my narrative, which the Kemetic community impresses upon the world, came out of Kemet, which we showed doesn't exist. But let's walk there with you for a second. My narrative said that man was fashioned and created by a divine being. Man's creation is divine. But hold on, because we do read the Kemetic text as well. And if I'm not mistaken, there's an individual in Kemet known as Khnum. And he's shown making man of clay on a potter's wheel. And that in itself represents in Kemet that from the perspective of the Kemet too, the people of Kemet, they themselves tell you that man has a divine origin. So why is Brother Jabari giving us the Tom Who's narrative of the creation of Africans?
So why is Brother Jabari giving us the Tom Who's narrative of the creation of Africans?
The very same Tom Who that Brother Jabari expresses daily that he has no love for, no connections to, no ties to. Why does he use the Tom Who's narrative in giving us the signs of civilization? You see, it's the Tom Who that needs to talk about apes. Because it's the Tom Who that needs to talk about evolution. Because the way that evolution works, each new strain produces a greater quality. Right. This is why the European, styled as the Tom Who in Kemetic literature, needs to force and impress upon the educational classes around the globe evolution, 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 because each new strain becomes greater than that which is previously formed. Natural. White people being the last would be the greatest. This is what we're pushing in the Kemetic community. We're looking at Lucy now. We're following the Tom Who. This is what we're doing. You gotta watch these ninjas, Chief. I'm telling you. The very Tom Who they say they reject, you gotta watch these ninjas. I know that my African ancestors taught me that my creation is divine. I even know that some of the African ancestors in the region of Kemet also taught that the creation of man is divine. Except that even in Kemet, it's still taught by way of Sumer. You reaching. I'm reaching? Who's Khnum? Khnum is shown molding man on a potter's wheel. Last time I checked, the potter's wheel was invented in Sumer. So if Khnum represents a deity, a principle, the fact that he is molding man on something that was produced in Sumer lets you know where the idea came from. Because he would not have the instrument upon which he's producing man on had it not been invented in Sumer first.
I have a few questions here.
Okay.
Hopefully I could get through these questions. Okay. About law and about scriptures, most of them.
Okay.
All right. Our Torah speaks of levirate marriage before the Torah was given. This was also a practice in the regions where Abraham came from. Can you elaborate on the cultural connections between the Sumerians and the Hebrews?
Well, absolutely. First and foremost, what we seldomly remember is that when we speak about Abraham coming from Ur, we are actually talking about the Sumerian city Uruk, spelled U-R-U-K. That is the Ur of the Bible or of the Torah. It's the Sumerian city Uruk. So Uruk is in Sumer. Abraham is not a native of Canaan. Abraham didn't grow up and was raised in the Jordan Valley. Abraham didn't take baths in the Jordan River. Abraham took baths in the Tigris-Euphrates River. Abraham, dare I say, is what we would call today a Sumerian. We have to remember as Hebrew Israelites that the term Hebrew begins with Abraham. So then you have to ask yourself, what was Abraham before the Creator called him a Hebrew? When we're talking about the term Sumerian, dare I remind you that we are talking about a Semitic term. Remember, the very people who coined the phrase are Akkadian, and the Akkadians are Semitic. And the term in the Akkadian tongue is actually Sumerian. And according to Samuel Noah Kramer, who is the leading Sumerologist of our era, he states on record that the term Sumerian is a name and designation of the Hebrews' earliest ancestor, Shem. And we know that the Asiatics that descend from Shem have their origins in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley. So we have to remind people that before we see the Cushite tribes invade those areas coming from Africa, there was already an Asiatic strain of Shemitic people, with the leading forefather Shem dominating those regions and leaving and defining the signs of civilization. This is why Zion Lexx always talks about Sumer. I always talk about Sumer because the very people who I give credit to as birthing civilization are Semitic, are descendants of my ancestors. So when I speak with Kemetic people, I have to remind them that while Kemet may be old, even in Dr. Ben's words, saying that Kemet is the first civilization is like saying that a rabbit is a pigeon.
Even in Dr. Ben's words, saying that Kemet is the first civilization is like saying that a rabbit is a pigeon.
So when I say that Abraham is a Sumerian, I say that with full confidence. I say that with textual evidence, where our Torah itself says in Genesis chapter 12, what does it say? Matter of fact, they call me the meticulous guy now, because of how I like to be meticulous. So let me pull it up on my phone real quick, because I want to read it in real time, and I want you to listen to the language the Torah describes when it speaks about Abraham living in the region of Sumer. Genesis chapter 12 verse 1 reads, "And the Lord said to Abram, get out of your country, from your kindred, from your father's house, to a land that I will show you." The Creator called the region of Sumer Abraham's country, the land of his kindred or nativity. And he tells Abraham that you are going to go to a land that I will show you. That's the land of Israel. Right. That means that the children of Israel, the Hebrews, have a culture that does not begin in Canaan land. Our culture begins in the region where Abraham came from. So when we talk about levirate marriage as practiced in the earliest stages of our development as a people, when we're looking at the patriarchs, where we first see levirate marriage, especially when we talk about the event that happened with Judah and Tamar, right, which levirate marriage should have been practiced in that instance, right? The Torah wasn't even given yet. Am I right or am I wrong? Right. The Torah wasn't given until the era of Moses. Yet we're speaking about levirate marriage in the era of Judah and Tamar. Where did that come from? Well, I adjure you to open up the stele of Ur-Nammu, who's a Sumerian. And you can see levirate marriage detailed there. So are we saying that we're borrowing from Sumerians? No, we are reminding you that our earliest ancestors are called today in history books Sumerians. We call them in the Bible the descendants of Shem.
Hallelujah. Thank you for that.
So we had the dialogue, and the dialogue centered around the idea of whether or not henotheism was the precursor to monotheism in pre-exilic Israel, or in other words, in layman's terms, the idea of the Creator, the God of the universe, being a monotheistic deity. Is that something that was foreign to Israelites pre-exile, or is that something that we picked up post-exile, hence after Babylon and all the other captivities? So I stood on the side of the dialogue that monotheism has been at the genesis of Hebrew history. And by Genesis, I mean that both literally and figuratively, beginning with Father Abraham. Father Abraham is considered in academic circles today the father of monotheism. We know that when we speak to our brothers in the Kemetic faith, that they like to speak of Pharaoh Akhenaten. But, need I remind them, Akhenaten is between the 14th and 13th centuries BCE. Father Abraham is the 22nd century BCE. Or even if we stretch it to the date that most academics believe, we're talking about the 18th or 19th century BCE. So he's still 500 to 600 years before Akhenaten of Kemet. So beyond a shadow of a doubt, bar none, monotheism comes out of the Semitic lineage. It's a Semitic concept birthed by Father Abraham. And of course, we know that there were ancestors before Abraham that only saw and envisaged the creator of the universe as being a single deity. Hence, we know from Adam to Noah is about 10 generations, right? And from Noah to Abraham is another 10 generations, right? So all of those 20 generations all knew about one God. Now, there were people in between that definitely ventured off and did their own thing. But as far as our faith as Hebrews is concerned, from its very genesis, we perfectly understood how we envisage the Creator. He is one without equal, no partner. So I thought that our dialogue was excellent, and I believe Brother Jabari changed the spirit in the room that evening. Because in Jabari's own words, and I'm pretty sure we could segue that into the video once we edit this video. In Brother Jabari's own words, after having listened to me and Divine Prospect's dialogue, he said verbatim, you know, it was hard to have to sit through this. I mean, you guys speak of Abraham as if he was historic. You guys speak of Isaac and Jacob as if these are historical characters. And, you know, I just want to let you guys know, and I'm speaking from Jabari's perspective, I just want to let you guys know that there's nothing wrong with myth, you know. Abraham could still be important and also be a myth. But I just have an issue with you guys making Abraham historical. So I stepped in and I brought some balance to the dialogue. And I said, well, what are some of the components that make Abraham not a historical personality or personage? And he said, well, you know, for instance, we can't find a body for Abraham. You know, there's no, where's Abraham's grave? Well, we know where Abraham's grave is. It's a site that's visited every year by the millions. Right. No one is allowed to exhume Abraham's body because in Hebraic thought, we don't practice exhumation of our deceased ancestors. The remains of our deceased ancestors we hold sacred. The closest and the furthest you're allowed to do is get close to the memorial built where their bones are laid. But you could never examine it. These are some of the facets of our culture, of our history, of our heritage that we deem holy and sacred. That we don't defile in the sense that we're opening up to museums, you know, for anyone to put their hands on and do whatever it is that they want to do with it. And people have to understand that when we're talking intercultural relationships, what works in Kemet is not necessarily what works in Israel. So while the science of mummification is a brilliant science that the African mind envisaged and achieved, it was still not the practice of another African people, the Hebrews. The Hebrews placed a little bit more respect on the remains of their deceased ancestors, because for the Hebrews, preservation of that which was immaterial, the spiritual practice, meant more. Vice versa, preservation of that which is material, the body. So while the ancient Egyptians felt the need to overemphasize the preservation of the intact human body for the sake of what they call enjoying the afterlife, the Hebrews placed more emphasis and more focus on preservation of that which is immaterial, which is our intellect, our spiritual practice, the Torah. So I simply said to Brother Jabari, well, if Abraham doesn't exist because we can't find a grave, then you have to wipe out almost the entire first two dynasties in ancient Kemet. You don't have a grave for Narma. You don't have a grave for Menai or Menes. Where are the graves for some of your early dynastic kings? So are we to now believe that because we can't find a grave, they never existed? But let's take it a step further, because we can look in recent history and apply some of your logic. Many of our ancestors, by the hundreds of thousands, didn't survive the Middle Passage. Many of their bodies cannot and have not been found. Are we to now negate the Middle Passage? Are we now to negate a major part of the transatlantic slave trade so as to suggest that because we cannot find these bodies, this atrocity never occurred? And what would we be doing then? We'd be giving in to the narrative and the dialogue of our oppressor, who's basically now saying that it didn't exist on the level that we're saying it existed because of the fact that they can't find the bodies. So the oppressed are now adopting the views of the oppressor when we give credence to some of the ill-fated logic that the oppressor is using to negate our story. If Europeans have a habit of negating African history because of a technicality, and we as African people begin to do the same thing to each other, well, where I'm from, in Laban's terms, we hustling backwards. And that's how I looked at Brother Jabari, because rather than point to the fact that here is two different Hebrew schools of thought that just went through a beautiful dialogue, expressed different views, and were powerful in their emotion, in their vivid imagination of conceiving those views, and related it to the people in a way that was brotherly and friendly, and everyone in the room and the lookers on online loved it. And then comes now a spirit of, well, for me it wasn't a great dialogue because, Abraham doesn't even exist. I had to challenge that. So the mishap between myself and Brother Jabari, for me, began with what I would like to call his tendency to downplay the rich and highly credible narrative of the Torah, simply to overemphasize and create this aura of greatness around Kemet and Kemet alone.
The key components for looking at whether or not someone is historical, I would narrow it down to 3 for argument's sake, although there are several more than 3, but I will narrow it down to what I believe are 3 major components to assessing whether or not someone is historical. The first obvious one is a grave site and a body, of which ancient Kemet is an abundance of grave sites and bodies. Yet we have no body for Narmer. That's number 1. The other key component would be recordation, which is contemporary with the individual in question. So if we're going to call Narmer historic, then there should quite possibly be some contemporary writers speaking about him, but more importantly, outside of Kemet. We have none of that. Number 3, and which I think is a very, very important key component in assessing whether or not someone is historical, is that you have to actually, aside from looking at bodies, aside from digging up grades, and aside from looking at whether or not there are writers speaking of them, you have to obviously rely on the archaeological data. So surely we have data from the Nakata II period, which definitely speaks of, the era that we believe Narmer to have existed in, such as the Narmer palette. And all of the scenery on that palette runs concurrent with the Nakata II period. So we can say, okay, there is some attestation there with regard to archaeology. But there's other 2 key components missing, which is there are no contemporary writings of him outside of what is written about him in the Narmer palette itself. Mm-hmm. There's also no body. So just looking at those 3 components alone, you really couldn't call him historical. In fact, by looking at those 3 components, the first 2 dynasties, you couldn't count many of their kings, which are without bodies, which are without contemporary recordation, and which are also without significant archaeological data. So when you hold even ancient Kemet's greatest purported historical and iconic figures to the same litmus test, you would find that they quite possibly wouldn't be considered historical as well, and that in fact many accept them on the basis of belief alone. So I have to be very, very clear to say, again, it's not fair of me to ask of somebody in the messianic world to provide for me 10 forms of ID or 10 forms of evidence for why Yeshua or Jesus is historical, when I can't turn around and do the same thing in the belief system that I do believe in. And in speaking to the Kemetic community, because this conversation more than any arises mostly in the Kemetic community, where are the bodies of your patriarchs? Well, the very first dynasties in ancient Kemet would represent the early Kemetic patriarchs. And because many of them are missing all 3, if not 2 out of 3 of those key components, which assesses whether or not someone is historical, then many of them as well could be considered mythological. So I think that to a certain extent, many in the community, although they deny it, are operating on belief when it comes to the historicity of several individuals within the Kemetic legacy and within the Bible as well.
So you're saying that although they attest for Narma, like people write, Narma's name is written all over, supposedly, even in some cases in the Canaan region. You're saying that all these 90 inscriptions or whatever they found, they don't say Narma's name.
So let me be clear on Brother Garfield's rebuttal. I think I was very clear when I spoke earlier, but I'm going to again be a little bit more clear just for the sake of clarity. There are possibly 3, but there are definitely more key components for assessing whether or not someone's historical. Obviously, the first one would be a grave and a body. The second one would be contemporary recordation, contemporary writers speaking about this individual outside of Kemet. For instance, if I go by the logic that Brother Garfield is presenting right now, that obviously there is, in fact, and I'm not denying it, an abundance of literature in the form of archaeological data that can be collected, such as vases, the Narma palette itself, which attests to Narma as a living person. The point is, this is again coming from the people of Kemet. When the people of Kemet are asked to ascertain whether or not Jesus is historical, the first thing they say is what contemporary writers spoke of him outside of the Bible. In fact, Garfield is known to say that. So my point is also following common sense and also what I believe is supposed to be logic. There are no contemporary writers speaking of Narma, and that's something that Garfield didn't speak to just now. What Garfield spoke to is what is in Kemet and what is spoken of him from Kemet. But even going on his own logic, when he's on the quest to ascertain whether or not Jesus is historical, one of the first questions he asks continuously is, what contemporary writers are speaking about him? Because if your own people are saying this, at the end of the day, it's subjective, and we don't know if it's true or not. We don't know if it's fact or fiction. The only way we know is when outside societies can speak of him. And seeing that Narma did have contact, according to the Kemetic historical record, with other outside nations, then we would like to see what they said in order to ascertain whether or not you're historical. Another thing I'd like to point out with Narma, aside from his palette, is there's a stone figure which is believed to be his head. And some people say that that's actually a visual. So this would be another attestation of him possibly or definitively being historical. I don't know if people have visited amusement parks, but Sesame and Big Bird from Sesame Street also has some stone figures when you go to Sesame Place. So having a stone figure alone of someone does not mean that what is captured in stone is fact versus fiction. So I want to be clear on my position, and I thought I was being extremely fair.
Right. I think you're pretty clear. I did leave out the contemporary part.
Hallelujah. We came here to give glory to the creator of heaven and earth. This month, or this service, or this event was themed the Exodus Memorial. So although I have a presentation to make with regard to the Exodus Memorial, the bulk of my information actually comes from a presentation that I didn't have the ability to share and give during Kemet on Trial, which was the last event hosted by us as Israelites. With that being said, Divine Prospect, get that first clip ready. Woo! I'm a different brother, extremely different. I want you to just look at that for a second. The first thing I want to say is this. Marcus Garvey, the man that gave you the red, black, and green flag that represents melanated people all across the face of the earth, one of his most famous and esteemed statements that he made is the greatest wisdom of the age is to be found in the scriptures. And he's not talking about the cannibal texts. He's not talking about the sarcophagus. He's not talking about, and I'm going to say it, I like to play with y'all names because it really at the end of the day don't amount to nothing. He's not talking about the Book of the Dead. He's talking about the Holy Scriptures, the Tanakh, the Torah. Some of you know it as the Bible. The first king of Egypt or the pre-dynastic king of Egypt, let's say that, is Narmer, correct? I happen to be a Hebrew linguist. You know what Narmer is in Hebrew? Excuse me? Leopard? No. Narmer is Nimrod. But Zion Lexx is Lion Lexx. He be making stuff up, right? So check this out. You go over to the Narmer palette. What does the Narmer palette show you? The Narmer palette celebrates the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt by an Asiatic conqueror. That sounds crazy? Because when we study and we examine the Narmer palette, the garment that he has on is not a Kemetic garment. It's Asiatic. The knife that he's holding in his hand is not a Kemetic knife. It's made in Sumeria. Let's have some fun today. Nimrod, the first human being to be defied. Nimrod was the firstborn son of Cush, who himself was the son of the biblical Ham. His kingdom stretched from Babylon to ancient Cush, which is modern-day Ethiopia, with ancient Kemet as the land of his burial, hence their fascination with death, where he was known as Osiris or Asar. Zion, what the hell are you talking about? Osiris is Nimrod? Osiris is Narmer? You damn right. Because the Narmer palette, again, celebrates the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt by an Asiatic conqueror. One of the foremost Egyptologists, Sir Flinders Petrie, said this when he dug in the Nakata II region. And my brother Divine Prospect can touch on this as well. Has touched on this as well. He said this with regard to the Nakata find. When he went into Nakata I, he found skulls that were indicative of Kemetic people, bar none. He found pottery that was indicative of Kemetic people, bar none. He went and he dug a little further into what was known today as Nakata II. You know what he found? Everything he found was Asiatic. Not just that, the pottery they had was more advanced. The clothing that they had was more advanced. Everything that he compared and contrasted about the Asiatic versus the Kemetic, the Asiatics were more advanced. According to archaeology, who has the oldest language on the face of the earth? Since the Kemetic community loves to quote archaeology. Do we know that? The who? The Phoenicians? Okay. Who has the oldest language? According to archaeology. Sumerians. Say that again, my brother. The Sumerians, according to archaeology. But Shaka Amos polite. Reggie, they're going to tell you it's Kemet. Do you know that the person who Kemet subscribes bringing writing to is Narmer? Narmer is the one that brought writing to Kemet. But guess what? Narmer is not a Kemetian. So if your writing came from Narmer, and Narmer himself didn't come from Kemet, that means that the Kemetic language known as Medneta is an offshoot of Sumerian cuneiform. Oh, we're going to learn today. As the unifier of nations, he was revered and even venerated throughout the world, known in archaeological circles as Menes or Narmer, and Narmer being cognate, a phonetic cognate, with the biblical Nimrod and the Chaldean Nimeru. In Chaldea or in Sumeria, they call Narmer Nimeru. If anyone is familiar with linguistics or etymology, you can see the lingual shift in the. But guess what? Zion Lexx is the type of Hebrew scholar that tells you something about Hebrew language that shows the dynamic within the language. Who's familiar with the Hebrew language? Raise your hand. Who's familiar with modern Hebrew? Who's familiar with ancient Hebrew? Who's familiar with Paleo Hebrew? All right, pictographic Hebrew. Okay, check this out. What does it say in Hebrew? Hamelech Narmer Shinar, which means King Nimrod of Shinar. But guess what? I made a statement earlier. I said that Nimrod is Osiris. You know, every single letter in the Hebrew language has a numerical equivalent. Here he go again. Every single letter in the alphabet has a numerical equivalent. So what, Zion Lexx? What does that mean? Well, the Hebrew word for father is Abba. In Hebrew, we spell it Aleph, Bet. Aleph is numerically equivalent to 1. Bet is numerically equivalent to 2. Hence, Abba in Hebrew is 3. Ema is the Hebrew word for mother, and it's spelled Aleph Mem. Aleph, again, is numerically equivalent to 1, and Mem is 40, giving you 41. The 41 of Ema and the 3 of Abba gives you 44. What's so special about that, Zion? What do parents come together to bring forth? Children. So the Hebrew word for child is Yeled. Yod is 10. Lamed is Dalet, right? Lamed is 30, and Dalet is 4, giving you 44. Can we do that in the Kemetic tongue? You know, if your language cannot convey abstract information via numerical sequence, there is no depth to it. You understand that? You understand that the way that your computer contributes energy, information behind the scenes is all purely mathematical? We have any IT techs in the room? How do computers communicate, my brother? Do you know that numbers, I'll start off with letters. Letters convey intelligible information, information that your mind can grasp. Numbers communicate unintelligible information, or what is known as abstract information, which is hard for the mind to grasp. So when we get into the abstract relationship of the Hebrew language, you come out with some very interesting things. So the word for Nimrod in Hebrew is numerically equivalent to 294. And the word for Osiris is also numerically equivalent to 294. I think the Torah is talking to us. Next clip. Salika. Okay, stop right there. Everybody pay attention to those two symbols right there. One is from Kemet and one is from Sumeria. But one was made first. Uh-oh! Let me say this again. Pay attention to those two images. One is from Kemet and one is from Sumeria. You see, where I'm going with this is very interesting. Shaka Amos actually had the audacity to ask me a question which I felt wasn't merited scholarship, which is why I said the audacity. The question that he asked me centers around these two images right here and this idea. He said to me, I can't subscribe to the Bible because it's plagiarized information from Kemet. So here's the first thing that I want you to understand and discern. Before we can speak about what we may have plagiarized from you, you first have to prove authorship of what you have. Two of these pictures represent the exact same things. One is from Kemet and one is from Sumeria, except one precedes the other. So, one of the foremost Egyptologists, again, Flinders Petrie, says, the Naqada dig provided much evidence that led Flinders Petrie to put forth his theory of the origin of the magnificent and long-lived civilization of Egypt. It became known as the dynastic race theory, and it alleges that in the pre-dynastic era, Egypt was invaded by a technologically superior group of elite foreigners, Naqada too, who came originally from Mesopotamia. This is the foremost Egyptologist. He got nothing to gain by saying that Sumeria did this first. This dynastic race invaded and conquered Upper Egypt and settled in the city of Nekhen, also known as Hierapolis, near where the important cult centers of Abydos, Thebes, Luxor, Edfu would later emerge. Petrie referred to this invading force as the Falcon tribe. And the name of their capital of Nekon means city of the falcon. In Sumeria to this day, in the cuneiform tablets to this day, they speak of that image as, guess what, in Sumerian cuneiform. Anybody ever heard of the Kemetic Heru? in the cuneiform that's called Haru. Very interesting. Next clip. We're going to have some fun today. Another Egyptologist, because I love objective research. So I don't want to quote a Sumerian Egyptologist on this subject. I want to quote an Egyptologist on this subject. I don't want to quote someone whose scholarship is in Sumeria because it may be biased. So I'd rather quote someone who has scholarship in Egyptology. And guess what he says about the origin of language? To deny, therefore, that Egyptian and Mesopotamian systems of writing are related amounts to maintaining that Egypt invented independently a complex and not very consistent system at the very moment of being influenced in its art and architecture by Mesopotamia, where a precisely similar system had just been developed from a more primitive stage. For Frankfurt, the answer was obvious. Egyptian hieroglyphics first appeared with the same level of sophistication as found in Sumer because the idea behind the language and the art was brought to Egypt from Sumer. So what does that mean? Every single language on the face of the earth has signs of what is known as proto-development. Every language has what precedes it, known as the prototype, something that came before it. You know there is no proto for Medunetta? What does that mean? How did you just appear advanced unless somebody taught you something? So when you look at the Egyptian hieroglyphics on the right, you will see that when they drew the ox head, or the ox, the symbol for the ox, you'll see that the body conveys the entire ox. But this actually defies the idea of how you compose proto-language. Proto-language is composed by taking the most basic element of the image or idea you are trying to and simplifying it to one simple form. So the fact that they have a complete image of an ox shows you that they got this idea from something else. Let's move on. We're going to have some fun today. It's going to get real interesting in a couple more slides. Woo! Everybody's seen this image all over Facebook for Easter, right? Anybody want to take a jab at what's her name? Ishtar. Nimrod, her husband, called her Semiramis. Or in the cuneiform tongue, she was known as Shamaras. Semiramis was the wife of Nimrod, or Narmer, in Sumer, venerated as the queen of heaven. This is what Jeremiah talks about. The queen of heaven and the women that bake hot cross buns. This is the woman that they venerated, Semiramis, the wife of Nimrod. Hence, she has in her hand the Sumerian symbol of life. Who knows what an ankh looks like? What does she have in her hand? The Sumerian symbol of life, which when her husband came into Kemet, it became the ankh. This actually precedes any physical recording of an ankh anywhere in the world. This is the first ankh, and its origin is Sumeria, not Kemet. I'm having fun today. Her story is told in ancient Kemet, where she becomes Orset, whom the Greeks call Isis, and her son Tammuz became Horus the Younger of Egypt. They like sources, so there's your source when y'all watching the video. Next slide. Uh-oh. What's this image right here? Isis with Horus, right? But let's skip over because we got to find out where they got the idea from. So this is Semiramis with Tammuz. But I thought Horus, in this image of Isis with Horus, is the first known image of a divine mother with her son, giving forth life. Semiramis and Tammuz precedes it, as you see in the right corner. Tammuz was the son of Semiramis, an incarnation of Nimrod. He was venerated in Sumerian culture as the son of Nimrod, and he was the world's first son born of a virgin. His story is told in ancient Kemet, where he became Heru, or Horus, son of Orset and Osar, or Isis and Osiris. He was born on guess what day, people? What day is Heru's birthday on the Commission calendar? December 25th. But he celebrated it first. Let's move on. The very first Trinity originates in Babylon. The Babylonian Trinity predates the Egyptian Trinity. In fact, it is the basis for the Egyptian Trinity and all subsequent Trinities. Just take some time to get a look at that. Kemet's very first pyramid in the district or city of Saqqara. This is Egypt's carbon copy of the already existing step pyramid design of the Sumerian ziggurats, which date back to 4500 BCE. There you go. And guess who the source is? Flinders Petrie, an Egyptologist. Excuse the typo. The Sumerian ziggurat dates back to 4500 BC. The design of the step pyramid is regarded by architects and archaeology as the very first template for Egyptian or Kemetic pyramids, originating at least 2,000 to 3,000 years before Egypt's pyramids. 2,000 to 3,000 years before Egypt's pyramids. Did you just hear that? Before I go to the next slide, I just have to close a thought right here. Can we still allow them to talk about plagiarism? Can we allow a liar to talk about a liar? Can we allow a thief to talk about another thief? So why the hell are we having a conversation about me plagiarizing from you when clearly you have plagiarized already? Most of this our brother touched on, so I'm only going to touch on one. And I'm not even going to read what I wrote on the left. I'm only going to touch on one. What were we known as in Egypt or Kemet? Anybody want to take a stab at that? What did they call us? Some of what they call us, Divine Prospect already touched on just now, but I'm asking you, what did they call us? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. When Moses was sent to Pharaoh, do you know that one of the appellations or titles that he revealed himself and God as, he says that the God of the Hebrews has sent me to you. We all familiar with the book of Exodus, right? In the book of Exodus, Moses is sent by the Creator to say to the Egypts explicitly verbatim, the God of the Hebrews has sent me to you. So that means if Moses is recording this, that means we were actually known as the Hebrews. But here is the problem. We can't find the word Hebrew in any papyrus, right? Well, let me give you something that's just common sense. Who knows Hebrew? Raise your hand. How do you say the word Hebrew in Hebrew? Ibrel, Ibrit, Abra. I'll take all of them because it's only a phonetic shift. But I'll take all of them because the consonant, and that's just etymology. And that right there is a testament to any differences that we have. Some of us say Cain, some of us say Khan, some of us say Shalom, some of us say Shalom. If you get hung up on that, you really don't have no sense. Because it all means peace. It all means yes. So when you want to say in Hebrew, the Hebrews, guess what you say? Ha-Ivri. Devon already know where I'm going with this. When you want to say the Hebrews, you say Ha-Ivri. But you know that the letter Beit is also a V. So we say Ha-Ivri, but it's actually Ha-Ibri or Ha-Biru. The same Ha-Biru that we find all over in Egypt that they say is not us. Egyptian texts from several periods detail the quotas of mud bricks to be made by gangs of laborers. I'm going to take it a step further. I showed you etymologically how we are the same Hebrews that they refer to. Now I'm going to give you something that they themselves refer to in their writings. Egyptian texts from several periods detail the quotas of mud bricks to be made by gangs of laborers. One from the reign of Ramses II mentions a group called Hapiru in Babylonian. Moving stone for a royal building in Memphis. The Hapiru may have included the Israelites. Didn't Divine Prospect just says that the Hapiru were a mixed people? Hence why they say they may have included the Israelites. Let's move on because this subject is done. Lexx, is a different brother. Study that real quick. That's real? Woo! I gotta take a look at it myself. So, anybody ever heard of a book called the Bible Code? It's written by Europeans. But guess what? We have Israelites that have been studying Hebrew for 40, 50, 60 years. Some of my teachers have been studying for 50 years plus, and I have 20 years. So I was able to take the template that they use in the Bible Code and come up with my own. Check this out. Who reads modern Hebrew? Okay. So the red right there is this is Abet, and this is Chabiru. When you go into the Kemetic tongue, everywhere that we are mentioned in the Kemetic, the consonant is used is the Che sound, Chabiru. Encoded in Torah is this. The Torah is encoded with references to the children of Israel as Habiru, the exact same name which is documented in ancient Kemet. This is found with a 110 letter skip in the Torah. The odds of this being mentioned in the Torah in the passage which speaks about the Exodus is 1 in 2 million. That's a mathematical impossibility. And I cross-reference it with someone who actually has the same program. Hence, matrix found. Do you know that the ancients called Tot Hanok? Enoch? Uh-oh. Build no pyramids? Let me step back. Encoded in the Torah is a credit to Enoch for building the pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Giza, which reads in Hebrew, beautiful is the pyramid, a labor in Hanok. Look at the word pyramid. What letter is that, Pate? Yafa? Isn't that a pyramid? But I'm reading the Torah. Checkmate. Open up the book of Isaiah chapter 19, verse 19 and 20, and we find out something very interesting. Hebrews didn't build no pyramids. So if we didn't build no pyramids, we some magicians, because we have a template for its structure. Do you know that the Great Pyramid of Egypt, this one right here, from the apex to the bottom is 5,449 pyramid inches? In the book of Isaiah chapter 19 through 20, it says, in that day there will be an altar to Yah in the midst or the center of the land of Egypt. You know that's where this pyramid resides, right? Literally in the center of the land of Egypt. And a pillar to Yah at its border, and it shall be for a sign and for a witness to Yah. In Isaiah chapter 19, verses 19 through 20, when we add every single word in those two sentences, the numerical equivalence in Hebrew is 5,449. The same amount or height from the apex to the base of the pyramid. Checkmate. Who knows this? One is the flag of what? Kemet. The other one is the carbon copy. But they say that when Israelites say that ancient Egypt is copied by America, that we bugging. Are we bugging? What's that in the middle supposed to represent? The sun. What is this right here? Eagle, right? It's the same damn thing. But it's going to get interesting. In Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 26, the children of Israel are promised to be fed to birds of prey. The phrase in Hebrew, to all the birds of prey, is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to America and Egypt, which is 752. Your feet shall find no rest is numerically equivalent to African American. Game, but it gets deeper. I'm gonna have some fun. Hold on. What's the first slave ship? Why did the Creator say that we will be placed on ships in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68? Because we didn't keep what? All the laws of the Torah. My Israelites, how many laws in the Torah? So the word for the good ship Jesus in Hebrew is Sefina Tova Yeshua, and it's numerically equivalent to 613. Is that a coincidence? Hell no. Let's move on. So here we go. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 49, it says this. The Creator will cause what? A nation who is eagle flies to come and do what? Y'all familiar with Deuteronomy 28, 49? I don't really got to quote it, right? I want you to understand this. The verse where it says, a nation whose language you will not understand is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to 1227. In Hebrew, that is numerically equivalent to Sakar, Avadim, Hatrans, Atlantit, the transatlantic slave trade. And this is a Facebook like page that I have, and a great deal of the information that I share, I write a lot, is on there. You would love that page, by the way. So again, because it definitely should be repeated, the transatlantic slave trade is encoded within the Torah in Deuteronomy 28:49. The numerical equivalence in Hebrew of a nation whose language you won't understand is numerically equivalent to the transatlantic slave trade in Hebrew, which is 1227. If you deny that, you need help. Next slide. This next slide is going to close out what I want to say. Okay, I want you to check this out. There's a video on YouTube entitled, Khalid Muhammad Speaks on Spookism. In the video, Khalid Muhammad says some very interesting things. The first thing he says is this: anyone who doesn't believe that the Bible is true is not conceiving reality. That's in the video by Khalid Muhammad, a real man that stood for the red, black, and the green. Unlike the individuals you see in this quasi-conscious community who can't argue a difference of opinion without insulting their brother. But I'm weak for saying that, right? I was weak for telling Polite that I don't respect you calling me a nigger. I was weak for that, right? I was weak for saying that it's possible for two black men to trade diverse opinions without insulting each other. That made me weak, right? Or that made me spooked out, right? So in the video that you'll watch on YouTube, if you type in Khalid Muhammad Speaks on Spookism, and just hold it up there anyway. I know they can't see it, but just hold it up anyway, just for visual. In the video, Khalid Muhammad says this. He says that there's somebody going around right now in his lifetime, in his era, who was running around teaching about people on Mars and pyramids. He was talking about Dr. York. And he said that they are taking you away from the truth in the Bible, you to accept a reality created by the very same oppressor who was oppressing us. Are you understanding that? The very same people who are oppressing us are introducing elements in our community to take you away from the truth, to introduce you to something that is out of space and beyond your grasp. Although color does not make you great, there is something very special about our color. So I take issue when Dr. York telling me that the original hue of the green man, original man is green. What happened to us melanated people? But that made your head because Polite is great with words, right? Here's what I think about Polite's words. Have a great day. Hallelujah.
This is kind of your old stomping ground, sir, isn't it?
It is. This represents my world, the world of ancient Near Eastern history and archaeology. There's so many fascinating things that you can study here, from the Neo-Assyrian Empire to the Babylonian Empire, and even the periods before and after that.
Oh, this is just incredible.
Here we have the bull of Khorsabad, the winged bull, which represents the glory and might of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, with the head of the king Sargon II.
My goodness.
And as we come down here, we see the lions from the gate of Ishtar in the city of Babylon during the Neo-Babylonian Empire.
No way.
And this is the Mesopotamian wing. And here are some of the inscriptions from Gudea of Lagash.
Oh my goodness.
Some of the important statues, some of the pottery.
This is an amazing map. This is where it all begins, isn't it?
This is. The ancient Near East is the area that I've devoted my life and my research and my writing to. And I've done archaeological digs in several places, including Tel Tayanat up here in the northern Levant, as well as Hatzor down in the land of Israel.
Yeah. I've been at a dig in Israel around Lachish. That was a major dig.
A major dig, an important site. It's the second largest Canaanite city, and the site that I dug at, Hatzor, is the very largest Canaanite site.
Doug, why is this map interesting to you as an archaeologist rather than a map of anywhere else in the world?
Well, the events of the Bible are unfolded in the ancient Near East, which includes Mesopotamia, the Levant, Anatolia, modern Turkey, Egypt. So all of these lands are extremely important to understanding how and what took place in the biblical text.
Doug, we've been looking at the Genesis record, and we've been looking at the major events there, the creation and then the flood. And we've looked at a lot of the evidence associated with that. But now we get to your area. After the flood, we have Noah's family. And my understanding is that this is exactly where all of this begins. Take us back to that record, and what do you see? How did all of that play out?
Well, certainly in Genesis 9, Noah and his family settled on Mount Ararat, which of course is not conclusively identified, and it could be a number of sites along the mountain
Somewhere
range.
up in here.
Yeah, somewhere to the northeast of Mesopotamia. And they would have dispersed undoubtedly in all directions from there. And by the time we get to Genesis 10 and the Table of Nations, we see a thread of not necessarily the geography of where all of those people went, but through the genealogies, we see that those indeed became peoples who dispersed according to the instruction that was given after the flood, because just as at the beginning with Adam, you had the instruction to multiply and fill the earth, that same command was reiterated after the flood, and the peoples did that very thing and spread and so forth. And that, of course, leads to Genesis 11, where you have a centralization of a number of those peoples. And certainly the intent of Genesis 11 is not to suggest that all of the peoples of the earth now recollected in one area, but simply that a large number of them got together in one area and moved toward the process of urbanization, city living.
And that's the famous Tower of Babel.
Absolutely.
Do we know where that is?
So I've done an enormous amount of research in this area. There are about 7 or 8 Babels, cities of Babel, in the ancient area of Mesopotamia. And so one at a time, I've studied all of those areas and found only one that meets all the criteria of the famous site of the Tower of Babel, and that is the site of Eridu, which is in southeastern Mesopotamia. And that is the site, I have no doubt in my mind, of biblical Babel.
And after that event in the Tower of Babel, that's when we begin to see the great diversion and the great dispersion of people groups.
If you study Mesopotamian archaeology, in the prehistorical period, and that, of course, the prehistorical period is defined by the time period before the advent of writing. In that period, there are only 2 movements of people. And we're not talking about movements of pottery or trade that's going on, but only 2 movements of people where they expand outward from Mesopotamia. And as part of my study, I looked very carefully into these 2 expansions, they're called, and compared and contrasted them, and found that only one meets all of the requirements of the dispersion of people at the time of the Tower of Babel. And that is at the period of the late Uruk period, the Uruk expansion.
And is that right here?
So the expansion takes place from Eridu, and people are expanding outward. We have signs of the expansion to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, all the way as far as Egypt, and of course throughout the Levant and even into Anatolia as well. So as this expansion took place, of course, it's going to be the largest, you're going to see the largest remnant of the expansion in the area that's closest to the city of Babel, which is Eridu. And that largest city that developed was the city of Uruk itself, which is the type site for the Uruk period.
And when you say evidence, that is the artifacts that we find in these archaeological digs?
Exactly. There's an enormous amount and very specific kinds of material culture that attest to this expansion of people that I'm connecting to the post-Babel dispersion. Here we have some bevel rim bowls, which are diagnostic of the Uruk period. These forms of pottery are very easy to manufacture, and basically they were molded. So there would have been molds made to be able to put clay into each of the molds, and that it would have been spread to the side. Then they would have been allowed to cure in the sun. But they could make it very rapidly. I mean, it's the same kind of technology basically that we have with the Ford assembly line. This was an assembly line for the making of pottery, and it coincides with urbanization, because when you have a much larger group of people living in one area, you have to more efficiently take care of all of those people.
That's why you then build a mold.
Exactly, exactly. And we have fingerprints on many of the bevel rim bowls that show that they were made by hand. And there's other important artifacts as well, such as those 2 spouted jars. And those spouted jars, in larger form, these are smaller versions, but in larger form, the spouted jars are also diagnostic, actually for the Middle Uruk period. And during the late Uruk period, for the larger ones, which were beer jars, they would tilt the spout and droop it down to prevent air from coming in and causing the beer to go bad. And then we have these important administrative tablets, these clay tablets, that really were the precursor to writing. And the late Uruk period actually was the very moment before we have written language beginning.
So this is the time when we really begin to see human beings either begin to write or to develop the language to produce symbols for writing.
Absolutely, and it all began with clay tablets that were used to represent accounting for numbers of sheep, numbers of goats, and other things. And from this, writing itself developed.
Doug, how does all of this, these artifacts that we see here, how do they fit into your view then of the Tower of Babel? Does it connect here?
It does, because all of these diagnostic forms of pottery and material culture, they're found throughout the Near East, because the people from the site of Eridu expanded to the east, to the south, to the north, and especially, we know of, to the west, all the way into Israel and Egypt. And we find the same kinds of bevel rim bowls there. We find 4-lug jars. We find Rimken bricks. We find the same monumental architecture, such as the tripartite buildings, and we find spouted jars all throughout these areas. And that is essentially a remnant of this movement of people outward. And this expansion, known as the Uruk expansion, which I'm connecting with the Tower of Babel, I'm saying that the Bible describes an event that's not just the confusion of language, but it's the dispersing of people far from that city. And the city of Eridu was abandoned immediately after the late Uruk period and not occupied again for hundreds and hundreds of years. So all of this material culture gives us a window into the events that are connected with the Tower of Babel.
And it's from these artifacts that you can see that expansion.
That's right.
So this bevel rim bowl that you seem very excited about, are you saying then that helps you connect all of these people and their movement?
Absolutely. In fact, the bevel rim bowl is one of the most diagnostic forms of pottery and material culture for this entire expansion that shows that this people group moved out from Eridu.
Does that also help you understand that that must have been a rapid movement because you don't see change in those bowls?
Yes, it shows us that at an immediate moment in time, people literally packed their bags and left the area of southern Mesopotamia. And they show up in other places throughout the ancient Near East. And what's different about this expansion, in contrast to the earlier Ubaid expansion, the other of 2 expansions that took place during the pre-historical period, the Uruk expansion is characterized by a very different way of interacting and way of settling. And let me give you a couple examples. First of all, we have a lot of sites that were established on virgin soil. Also, wherever they settled with people, either there was an attack of the community, the people in the community already there, and they would literally wipe them out and take over, or if they lived among them, they would live in what we call the world's first segregated living. They would live in the same vicinity as the original occupants, but next door, not intermingling and living in the same houses on the same streets.
So we have evidence then of different people groups now for the first time.
Absolutely. And the world's first segregated life.
So that would be the evidence or the symptom, I guess, of what you would expect of those people that were dispersed from the Tower of Babel, now with a different language and immediately a different people group.
Right. And that's why we have segregated living, because they weren't able to blend with one another, converse with one another. So it makes sense that they would live in separate areas around the town. And the same dynamic happens within big cities all around the world, where you have multiple people groups. A people group comes in, they can't speak the local language, and they develop a community within that city that's a very ethnically singular group of people.
Doug, the issue of language is very interesting. And that's part of archaeology, isn't it? Because you see the evidences of language. What do you see in that evidence?
Well, it's absolutely important, because once language is found in the archaeological record, we now have communication from the people of that day that are telling us something about themselves. And writing is the expression of that communication. And the clay tablets that we've looked at here are an important aspect of that, because they're from a transitional point where written language had not been developed yet, and they were on the verge of it. And we see on their tablets that they make, there are strokes and there are pictures that we call pictographs. And then after the period of the late Uruk expansion, we see language develop in different places, probably first in Mesopotamia, with the strokes that were used on these clay tablets now becoming part of the cuneiform script. And in other places, such as Egypt, we see hieroglyphics. That's the result of pictographs that also were part of the original clay tablet writing mechanism.
Doug, what I hear you saying is that it's as if languages just pop up, they begin to appear. Is that how you see it, and does that support then the Genesis paradigm?
Absolutely, it supports the Genesis paradigm, because we see the written expression of language just pop up out of nowhere, and then different languages being represented through cuneiform script or through hieroglyphic script or other means. So language is something that it will break down over time. It goes from complex to simple, and we see that reflected in the archaeological record in the form of tablets and other forms of text.
Well, that's very interesting, because we've been looking at physical design and how the design of very exquisite physical things had to be in place all at once, and then it decays from there. You're saying that that is the same thing we see in language.
It's the same dynamic with language as well. Grammar of language is very specific to the certain given language. We have various expressions of grammar that are in languages that are not found in other languages. So the very fact that we have aspects of language that are diverse between languages. Some languages have a certain moods, some that others don't. Some have certain tenses that others don't. Some have forms of describing things that are different than other languages. So you do not have a universal plan that's followed among all of the languages. You see great diversity in the forms of grammar from language to language, even in ancient languages. Basically, this incredible dynamic of language, which becomes expressed in different ways with different scripts around the entire ancient Near East, and a great diversity within these languages and their grammatical forms, all of that reflects a very sudden ability to communicate writing. So all of this fits perfectly with what we would see as the biblical account of how languages took place. It's really the only way of explaining this. So the integrity of biblical history ultimately is justified by the expression of these languages.
Doug, I know that you have spent a lot of time looking at that issue of the Tower of Babel and trying to understand actually where it really did occur. What have you found?
Well, what I've found essentially is a gold mine within the historical and archaeological record. And basically, the site of Eridu was called Babel in ancient times in a number of sources. And it's one of 7 or 8 cities that were called Babel. And it's the only one that meets all of the historical requirements for the Tower of Babel. It was around at the right time. We have diagnostic pottery and other forms of material culture from the late Uruk period that are found at Eridu. And we have very fascinating 2 forms of monumental architecture. One, we have a temple that existed in 18 different phases, and at every phase it grew in its size and its complexity. And that final phase of the temple, it was abandoned immediately, right at the time of the late Uruk expansion. And catacorner to the temple was an absolutely enormous platform. And that platform was so large, it dwarfed this large temple that existed.
Do you think that could be the foundation of the Tower of Babel?
Absolutely. In fact, what archaeology demonstrates is that the foundations of that temple display the kinds of diagnostic material culture from the late Uruk period. And they found that the original bricks that were added onto it were from that period. But it was never completed. It wasn't until hundreds of years later, during the 3rd dynasty of Ur, that the kings of the dynasty decided that this eyesore in their neighboring city of Eridu was no longer to sit uncompleted. So they completed this structure, which is exactly what we see in other areas around Mesopotamia and beyond, known as a ziggurat. And the ziggurat essentially is the equivalent of a tower. So I would suggest to you that that uncompleted tower that wasn't completed until hundreds of years later at Eridu on that massive platform, that is the Tower of Babel.
Now, most of us think today of a tower, the kinds of things we see in big cities, big straight walls. Is that what they were building?
Well, essentially it's a variation of a pyramid. And there were 4 sides to it and several stairways that would go up to the top. But these ziggurats weren't restricted even to Mesopotamia. We find forms of these ziggurats all around the globe. And I would suggest to you that this late Uruk expansion, where this technology began, where this form of monumental architecture began, was something that spread with the people. Because even though they spoke different languages, they went where they went with their own culture, their own technological background and understanding, and their own abilities to build and construct that they all shared together there at Babel, which, again, I'm calling the city of Eridu.
Yes. Well, obviously we have evidence here of civilization and people beginning to gather together in communities, even cities. Do we have any other evidence of that?
Yeah, we have other evidence in the Bible of this move toward urbanization. And probably the best example is the identity of the man in the Bible known as Nimrod. I've done a lot of research on Nimrod, studied the passage very carefully, and studied the archaeology of the time periods that it could be related to very carefully. And I'm very much convinced that Nimrod, biblical Nimrod, is Sargon of Akkad. The cities that it says that Nimrod captured, and of course Babylon is part of that, and Kalhu and Nineveh, important cities in the Assyrian Empire, the later Assyrian Empire. So what we see about Nimrod, that's true in the biography of Sargon.
So the record we have in Genesis concerning Nimrod and all that he conquered matches the artifacts that we see for Sargon.
Yeah, it matches the artifacts, it matches the history, and it matches the epigraphical record that tells us from the very Akkadian people themselves what was his path of achieving glory, conquering cities, and becoming the first empire builder.
So is there a next phase in these artifacts that moves us beyond Sargon?
Absolutely. We can move forward to the time of Abraham, because we know that Abraham lived at the site of Ur, which was also in southern Mesopotamia, at the end of the 3rd millennium BC.
That brings us to the end of Genesis chapter 11.
Exactly.
And we have those artifacts here?
We do. In fact, you see some pottery, some cuneiform tablets, all dating to the period of the 3rd dynasty of Ur. And basically, the 3rd dynasty of Ur was the successor to the Akkadian dynasty. And they became the kings of the 4 corners of the earth and succeeded in taking over the territories that the Akkadians held. And of course, Abraham came from this city and would have, in the 21st century, moved into Canaan. And the site of Ur, interestingly enough, was destroyed toward the end of the 21st century BC, within 1 century after Abraham left it. And there is a lamentation known as the Lamentation of Ur that was written in the Akkadian records about the destruction of the city.
So Abraham would have been using pottery similar to what we see here.
Absolutely. These would have been the forms that he knew about and that he would have used and he would have seen in his day.
It's amazing, just as we're sitting here thinking about Abraham, and that this represents the culture and the civilization that he lived in. It's a great tie to that record in Genesis 4.
It is fascinating, and it gives you a feeling of putting your hands around the events that go on in the biblical text.
Yeah.
Brother Jabari dared me to do something. He challenged me to become greater in my research. Now, my sign, if you will, in the secular world would be called Akrav in Hebrew, but Scorpio in English. If you know anything about what they call a Scorpio, you know that we live for this shit right here. We live to evolve with information, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Oh, you better know that. In fact, I think the first king that Kemet had was called the who? The Scorpion King. Now, Brother Jabari asked me to pay attention to the judgment scene, which I said, for what? To myself. And he explained why. He said, look at the jurors. And this is not the complete scene that he showed, by the way. I want to make that clear. He said, look at the jurors, the 12 jurors. Is this not the basis of Western civilization's government and law? Of which, if you're disingenuous, you would have said no. He was absolutely right in that respect. But I'm a meticulous mind. And I said, let me see what it says. And that's exactly what I did. I challenged Brother Jabari to be open and honest and, more importantly, transparent, because that is what a priest should at least be. And Brother Jabari, when I asked him, seeing that the Kemetic tradition, when it comes to the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at, begins by saying, I have not, does that then assume, if you will, for lack of a better term, that it stems from a tradition that says, thou shalt not? Which basically and essentially means, I'm asking him whether or not the Neteru spoke this to man. And here we have Ani here. And these are the questions that I asked him. And Brother Jabari emphatically said no. And if I didn't read the Metanetta for myself, I would have believed him. Let's go to that beautiful bean footage. Here we go. Do I need to point this for them to hear, the camera?
No.
Okay.
I'll just get the clip.
I want you to listen carefully.
He believes that if our tradition says I have not, then there must be something earlier that says thou shalt not. I don't understand why he would think that. There's no reason for him to think that, other than him trying once again to place his tradition as being earlier than Kemet.
Stop right there before Dr. Ben interjects and shares his opinion. You see, Brother Jabari, because I take information about Afrocentric history so serious, I had to give you credit and assume that with 25 to 30 years of study, you were possibly right, which meant that I should possibly verify and check you out. So I listened to what you said.
But then I came across a video on YouTube entitled Dr. Ben in Egypt. He's sitting with someone who I learned from years. My father used to have me watch Like It Is as a child. Remember, I'm 38 years old, not that far from you. I remember watching Like It Is. I remember watching Tony Brown Journal. In my home on Sunday, you know those are the things that you had to watch. And I enjoyed it thoroughly. So I said, wait, there's a video where Dr. Ben is actually sitting down with Gil Noble, the host of Like It Is. And Gil Noble is asking Dr. Ben the very same question I asked Brother Jabari. Let's see what Dr. Ben says, who has more accolades than Brother Jabari, who is that much more respected in the community more than Brother Jabari, who is a grandmaster teacher of all of the Kemetic scholars today, present or not present in the community. Let's see what Dr. Ben had to say in response to what Jabari just said.
He believes that if our tradition says, I have not, then there must be something orally that says, thou shalt not. I don't understand why he would think that. There's no reason for him to think that other than him trying once again to place his tradition as being earlier than Kemet.
Or when you say negative confessions, that means we're going to start in the negative. Hail Ma'at, I have not killed man or woman. Hail Ma'at, I have not made light thy bushel. Hail Ma'at, I have not spoken ill of the God. So these would be the English word. I have not, as opposed to thou shalt not. It means that the order was issued already. This is the response to the English word.
Did you hear that? Let's repeat that again, because I want you to hear that. If I have to waste my time, I want you to hear that again. And I want to say this before I move on, because this is something that occurred during my first sit-down. I'm willing to give another 50 seconds of my time just so you can hear clearly what Dr. Ben says. First, I'm going to tell you what he said, then I'm going to have him say it again. Get the mic, get the mic. Then I'm going to have Dr. Ben say it again. Gil Noble, the host of Like It Is, asked Dr. Ben, so these are the negative confessions when it says, I have not. And Dr. Ben says, yes, it means that the order was issued already. And this is the response. Exactly what I said to Brother Jabari. I said that if your tradition says, I have not, it must stem from a tradition that gave the order, just like Dr. Ben says in this video. And we'll see why that's so important in a couple slides later.
Now, he believes that if our tradition says, I have not, then there must be something earlier that says, thou shalt not. I don't understand why he would think that. There's no reason for him to think that other than him trying once again to place his tradition as being earlier than Kemet.
Or when you say negative confessions, that means we're going to start in the negative. Hail Ma'at, I have not killed man or woman. Hail Ma'at, I have not made light thy bushel. Hail Ma'at, I have not spoken ill of the God. So these will be the English word, I have not, as opposed to thou shalt not. It means that the order was issued already, thou shalt not. This is the response.
Woo! Stop right there.
It means that the order was issued already, thou shalt not.
This is what? My Hebrews in the building, this is what? The response? Is that what he said? He said the order was issued already, and this is what? The response. Put some respect on Dr. Ben. Oh yeah, I didn't come here to play today. Believe you me, I know Brother Jabari is a very skilled orator. Believe you me, I put a lot of respect on his sincerity in the tradition. And I adjure anyone who is that much curious about his work, if you haven't followed it already, go to his YouTube page. Because I think it is there most pronounced that he is really immersed in it. Sometimes when we get on this particular platform, because it's contentious, we are contending our ideas, you don't get to see how genuine we are in actually practicing these things. So I want you to see that he is actually a genuine practitioner as well. Here we go. Brother Jabari challenged me. He said, Zion Lexx, look at the judgment scene. These are the 12 jurors that he spoke about, that I spoke about earlier. So I said, oh, okay, he's got a major point. I can see clearly where the Western civilization is getting their understanding of jurisprudence and law. I have no problem giving that particular scenery to Kemet. When you envisage in your mind and you, as your eyes can see, clearly they are emulating it in Western traditions. But does that mean that every Afrocentric tradition comes from this particular tradition? That is the point of the argument today. Unlike Brother Jabari, I'm not here to put disrespect on Kemet. I'm not here to put disrespect on Kemetic theology practice. I'm here to show that all facets of African history became great. What comes after the judgment scene? Brother Jabari kept saying, let's look at the judgment scene. Let's look at the judgment scene. But I found something when I looked at the Papyrus of Ani, plate 4, on what immediately comes after the judgment scene. So let's again look at the judgment scene. It begins here, but this is what comes after. And this part is going to be really interesting. I'm actually going to skip that part and go straight. Oh, you see the Kustal incense burner? I was ready for you.
I told you that.
So here we go. What is that? Your thing is moving too much, but okay. This is the Pert M Heru, a recreation of that particular scene that we just looked at. I reproduced it on my own. I took all of the glyphs and I placed it right there. On the Papyrus of Ani, or better pronounced Anui, now that I can read the Medu-Neter, I actually know there's a difference. Ani is not how you pronounce his name, because when you look at the glyphs, it would be Anui. Ani has been weighed by Jehuti and declared innocent. But let's see what it says here. This is the ibis, which would represent Tot or Jehuti. So we have Jehuti. M, An, Jed, En, Puat, Neteru. What does that say? It says, Jehuti hath weighed him. M, in accordance, Ani, which is the scribal glyph, which is letting you know we're talking about a written document. Jehuti hath weighed him according to the written document spoken, Jed, spoken, and of Puat Neteru, the company of the gods. But Brother Jabari told us that doesn't exist. Brother Jabari, did you really think you were the only one that ever read the Medu-Neter? Did you really think you are the only one who would do it? Maybe it's because you cannot do what I just did. And that is going to be a deciding factor. And that's quite possibly why you said on Sunday TV earlier this week, this debate is not about language. Because you knew I cared enough about the debate to actually learn the language you should have been studying the last 25 years. Come on, y'all know that's an ether. Jehuti hath weighed him in accordance to the written laws which the company of the gods spoke to him. My brother, pass it around the room for anybody who wants to see it, because I brought it with us today. Well, we're not playing. We're doing honest scholarship. Now that that's done, now that Dr. Ben kicked that out the park, now that I read the glyphs and showed the people what it actually says, we know that your tradition stems from thou shalt not, the order that was given, the order that was written by the company of the gods and spoken to Anui. Same thing I said to you. Now, the very first slide that I showed says something about the power of deception. You're going to see how deceitful his work was. Because unlike Brother Jabari, I am not going to call the man a liar. I am not going to call the man deceitful. I'm going to point at his work. I don't know him enough to say any of those things. Let that be between him and his maker.
20 minutes.
I want to go back to my first slide just to read this quote. One of the most powerful tools of deception is your ignorance. So during my first dialogue with Brother Jabari, he brings out the second dialogue, he brings out the Kustal incense burner. What he doesn't do is show you it turned all the way around to the part where we have the Scorpion King believe it to be. Why didn't he do that? Because the most powerful tool of deception is your ignorance. But we're going to flip it around today so you can look at the whole burner, not just what he wants to show you. This is so easy. I started to do this like it was nothing. So this is the part that they all show you. And when you focus on the crown, we say, wow, kingship came from the south, because that is the crown of the south. So I said, wow, that was a great point. This is Kustal Nubia. This is the incense burner. I see the crown. Let me see it on the incense burner. Let's see, because it's not on the incense burner on this side, so let's turn it around. Let's see what side it's on. There it goes, more pronounced, so you can see what we're talking about. All of these features here have their sacred concepts. Even the Serek, the palace facade that he spoke to you, something I'm going to come back to in a couple of slides later. But the thing that makes this so important, as he knows, is this part right here, the crown. Because this will let you know that kingship came from the south, based on what he tried to sell you. So, this is a recreation of the incense burner. I want to see what the incense burner looks like. Here we go. This is the part of the incense burner that he is getting the crown from. It is actually defaced and it is no longer there. That is a recreation of what scholars believe it would have looked like. He didn't tell you that, did he? Because the most powerful tool of deception is your ignorance. That image that we saw earlier is a recreation of what they believe it would have looked like. That sounds extremely subjective to me. I know that Europeans look at African history and pull out Africans and give them European makeovers because they believe that that's how they should have looked. That's extremely subjective. Why didn't you mention that, Priest Jabari? Come on now. That is the incense burner on the side that is with the crown. We got to slow this down so that people can see it. Let's go a little slower. I want you to see it actually doesn't exist. This is the side with the crown. If anybody finds a crown here, I'll give you $100 right now. So why does he show it? If the crown is not there, why does he show it? Oh, this is really, really bad. Because this was supposed to represent Brother Zion Lexx and his poor scholarship. When we saw that, my brother Jabari wasted 40 minutes not even talking about the topic. And that was clarified within my first 3 minutes. That's extremely bad for a Cornell University grad. I just went to John Jay. I don't see the crown. Where is it? I see everything else prominently featured. I don't see the crown. This does not look good, Brother Jabari. I hope you answer that to the people. Unbelievable. I'll come back to that slide. But he started to talk about Sumeria. How much more time do I have?
Exactly 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm long-winded. All right, thank you very much. Brother Jabari gave respect where respect is due. Because he said, okay, so let me admit it. Sumer is an African civilization. Something that anyone who opened their mind to objective scholarship, which first means you have to put your own traditions, views, and beliefs aside. Don't they tell you proverbially that anger blinds the eyes of the wise? How can you see truth in my literature? What could be truth if you're already coming in with negative thoughts? We can't perform objective research in that manner. That would be extremely subjective. Can I get a true story on that? Right or wrong? Thank you very much. The earliest writing in Uruk is in 3500 BC. The first state is 3400 BC, and this is an administrative tablet pointing that out by the leading Sumerologist Samuel Noah Kramer. Because Brother Jabari still has yet to reference the leading Sumerologist when talking about Sumer. So that means if I want to know how great America is, if it is great at all, I hope that's you understand what I mean by that. Would you ask Donald Trump? So bring us the authorities on Sumer when you wish to give commentary on it. Because they have the first city-states, not Kemet. And as I said earlier, these are the signs of what we call civilization, not the origins of man. You won that debate in the first minute, if that was the actual debate. But you wasted 40 minutes on talking about the Neolithic period, which is not equated historically with civilization. You failed. These are cylinder seals in Sumer. Cylinder seals were invented around 3500 BCE in southern Mesopotamia. They are linked to the invention of the latter's cuneiform writing, which they actually called Emedja. Because we do objective research and scholarship here. So I actually know how to read the cuneiform writings as well. And they call their writings the master tongue, Emedja. Just like they call their land Ki Nedja. Ki meaning land, Nedja God. Kemet calls the land they come from Ta Netja. And they tell you it's not Kemet. Just think about that until I get to that slide. They were used as an administrative tool, a form of signature, jewelry, and as magical amulets. How much more time?
10 minutes.
Now, here's a Kemetic inscription on a Sumerian cylinder seal. I ask why. Because the scholars of the Kemetic tradition tells you that all language stems from Kemet. Why are they using Kemetic glyphs on a Sumerian cylinder seal? This particular slide has nothing to do with chronology, so there's no date. I'm asking you about a question. My question is, why, since we already know where cylinder seals come from, why are they using it in Kemet? If they gave the world writing, why are they using the Sumerian template? That will become more interesting as the slides develop. These are the maxims of Ptah-hotep and the instructions of Shurupak. The maxims of Ptah-hotep are believed, I say belief because there's no archaeological proof, to come from the era of 2350 BC. The actual complete copy is dated to the 12th dynasty of Kemet, meaning that the maxims of Ptah-hotep that are believed to be from 2350 BCE are fragmentary, like the Kustal incense burner. That means any recreation becomes what we call in law subjective. The actual complete copy dates to the 12th dynasty, i.e. 1900 BCE. Let's move on. Now this is where we get powerful. I'm not sure if you can see the date. 3100 BCE, we have a palace facade. This thing, I have to do it manually. We have a palace facade in 3100 BC in, not Kemet, in Sumer. This is what is called in Kemet a Serek. This is a high-prowed Sumerian boat. And these are archaic images of Sumerians. And we see a Sumerian king, as we know he's a king, as he is prominently featured, or like what is called in iconography, hieratic scale. He is coming into the port, and he is obviously greeted by the palace. The palace that we're actually looking at, that this is a recreation of, on the Sumerian seal, is the Eridu temple in Sumer, which is dated to 3500 BCE. Kemet has no temple in 3500 BCE. The palace facade that you're looking at belongs to no building in Kemet aside from the entrance to the Saqqara pyramid. The pyramid of Saqqara. We see this at the entrance. This is a temple. There's a temple in Saqqara, the actual pyramid of Saqqara, the step pyramid. The entrance to that actual pyramid is designed like this. But the date of the Saqqara step pyramid is certainly not 3100 BCE. So where did they get this model from? And this is what we call in archaeology hard evidence. Because we're actually looking at what the people themselves drew, and we are not being subjective. Let's look at what the Sumerians, who Brother Jabari is so honest to remind us of, is African. Let's see what else they did. Here's another Sumerian cylinder seal, which is at a museum we heard of earlier. Brother Reggie, where are you? The Metropolitan Museum. Did you see it?
Come on up, Reggie. Come on up.
Did you see this there? You can actually pull it up on the website right now, met.org. 3100, 3500, and this is, mind you, this is what I verbatim copied from the website at the Met Museum, and I actually saw it there myself because it's right here in New York City. Again, we see the palace facade, the Serek, and it's on a Sumerian cylinder seal, and it dates from 3500 BCE to 3100 BCE, meaning that we know that the way that they do their dating is not extremely accurate, but we know that they always get a figure which is close, similar to some of the figures you actually seen him put, evidenced in the word that he wrote, which is called circa. You don't call circa if it's definitive. But this is in Sumer, buddy. It's not in Kemet. And we know that the dynastic kings of Kemet, the first 5 or 6, all put their names inside of this. But we see its origin is in Sumer, buddy.
Can you give
40 minutes of wasted. You're not debating today.
No, I just wanted an accurate date. You're giving a long date.
I'm giving the date. I'm giving the date that I'll answer him. But he's absolutely right. You need him to help you, by the way. He's absolutely right. You see how I keep getting him, right? Composure. You're a priest. Hem-neta. For those that don't know the Meduneta, Hem-neta is how we say a priest. But Hem-neta in English would be God body. Act like it. The Sumerian cylinder seal temple facade is dated to 3500 BCE to 3100, and it's at the Metropolitan Museum. Brother Reggie asked me for a more definitive date, something I cannot give you, but I did not hear you ask him for a definitive date when he gave you a circa on one of his slides. But I understand, that's your brother.
My brother too.
You are definitely my brother. Now these are the scripts that he pulled out earlier, which we're going to come back to during the rebuttal. Because I have a rebuttal, by the way. Didn't I tell you when you know your opponent, you know your opponent? I'm going to skip that because that took a lot of time. And here is where I'm about to end. 5 minutes, you said?
4 now.
Okay. Now, as we know, when kings or the Nisut came to power, We know that they had 5 royal names, as you see here, prominently displayed. Now, one of the names of Heru was the mighty bull. These were one of his epithets, bull. Brother Jabari showed you that in my book, I correctly said, when you look at the Sphinx, which he says is actually of Heru, I said in my book that it was represented by a bull. It tells you right here that Heru's representation is also a bull, buddy. But we're going to get deeper, because I'm going to show you what the Sumerians called Heru in the next slide. In the book entitled Ancient Near Eastern Texts, page 344, Brother Garfield is great at this. He'd actually be able to pull it up on Google right now. There you go. The Sumerian Neger is called Haru, the bull god. Right there, buddy. The same bull in my book. The same epithet that your Heru is called, except in Sumer, he's called Haru. Something I said during my debate with Shaka Amos, and they thought I made it up. Brother Garfield, Google that now. He's good at that. I'm not trying to be funny. And we'll end here, since I did hear a video this week. 2 minutes? Yeah. Since I did hear a video this week where someone who I want to stop stickering and gesturing because this is serious to me, someone who I want to take the opportunity on camera to once again apologize to, Brother Professor Smalls, who my father would have a field day with me if I don't get in front of the people and do this once again from my heart, genuinely. Me and Professor Smalls had a dialogue where me as a student and a young man, I was so moved to speak my points and forget that he's an elder. When he left the building, I turned up. When he was there, he had the utmost respect. When he left the building, I turned up and said he ran from me. And people said, Zion Lexx, that was very disgraceful, which it was. And in hindsight, I can admit that. And at the least bit, that shows hope. Professor Smalls, thank you very much. Professor Smalls, in an earlier video this week, 1 minute, he said, and all of the gods of the Canaanites, they have Egyptian headdresses. This would be the Canaanite god Baal, the storm god, and he's wearing what would be called the what? Which crown of Egypt? The lower crown, right? Say that again, sister. The Deseret, right? Now, pay attention. Pay attention. When you look at the crown here, this is also the storm god Baal. So we see him with these 2 distinctive crowns. Whether it's Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt makes no difference to me. I'm sure it would to you. The point is clear, though. This is the crown that they're wearing. I'm not going to show the rest of the slides, but when I come back in the rebuttal round, I'm actually going to show you where those headdresses come from. And I adjure Brother Jabari in this moment to not waste your time speaking about topics that are not actually the debate topic. Thank you.
Yeah, Brother Ann, nice work. Was able to come out. All right, so Jabari.
Now, the Bronze Age coincides with something else that happened, and that's the invention of writing. Writing was invented first by the Sumerians. They're the earliest writing is Sumerian. And by Professor Kramer, Samuel Noah Kramer, who's one of the great authorities on Sumerian civilization, he has written several books on Sumerian civilization. One very interesting little book he wrote is called History Begins at Sumer, because essentially that's where it starts. They invented writing. Now,
Contributions of Sumeria. Okay. So with that being said, can I start?
You can start, my brother. Let's get it in. Let's get ready to rumble.
It's hurting already. I can feel scars and the leaks.
I'm not.
Shaka, you crazy. Hey, no, I want you on this side.
This is
It's
no
better.
shots about empowering our people. So me and Shaka had a build on the phone a couple of months back, and the idea was that I told Shaka before we can even talk about whether or not the Torah is plagiarized out of Kemet, we have to first deal with Shaka and anyone from Kemet proving authorship. Of course, I'm pretty aware that everyone with a baseline understanding of Kemetic thought, or even those with, especially those with advanced understanding of Kemetic thought, they may look at me with 3 heads and say, what do you mean I have to prove authorship? It's inscribed on the walls. Well, just like it's inscribed in the Bible, and you say I plagiarized, how do you know that what was inscribed on the walls was not plagiarized work itself? Hence my presentation today. So first slide. What you're looking at right now are the fathers of quote-unquote Egyptology. Being that I consider myself a somewhat informed young melanated brother, I understand even from the Kemetic point of view that these individuals that we're looking at in this slide do not represent the beginning and end of interpretation of Kemetic thought, correct? I understand that very well. Nonetheless, we all need to understand that all of these men on the wall represent a different version of how to interpret Kemetic thought as inscribed in ancient Egypt. So contrary to popular opinion, the first thing I want to point out is this. When we enter an intellectual arena and we spar and we have intellectual combat, we can't throw out statements that we can't handle ourselves. So everyone loves to say, why do you believe in the Bible? I mean, at the end of the day, the white man wrote it. Well, those of us who are privy to study and scholarship, academia, we understand that a white man never wrote the Bible. He translated it from the original language, which is Hebrew. So all of the translations that you speak of, which is the real essence of what you're trying to say, does not represent the original text, which we have. So there could be a million translations of it. That means nothing to people like myself because I read and study the original fluently. And I'm considered one of the best in my community doing so. With that being said, these individuals represent all the different versions of the Kemetic doctrine. So contrary to popular opinion, these are their different translations. And those who are under them represent the several dozens other translations as well. Because you have several scholars who go by their work, and not verbatim, but they still base their understanding by their work. So the first thing I want to point out is this, and I'm going to read from my slide. I took the time to write it, so I'll read it. The people responsible for the interpretation, discovery. I want to put rediscovery, because they didn't discover it. You see, I'm being honest. The people responsible for the interpretation, rediscovery, and unearthing of Kemetic artifacts are no different than the Bible translators you critique. The point is clear. We're going to move on to the next slide. Kemetic history is going through its past 2,000-year edit. What are we looking at? We're looking at a picture in Kemet right now of Europeans restoring what is written and inscribed on the walls of Kemet. Here's the problem. This is not a brand new thing. Since the reign of Alexander the Great, when Europeans came into Kemet, they have been doing the same thing. So while people of Kemetic thought may criticize the Bible for being, for undergoing a translation for 1,000 years, remember, the translation or the retranslation, the re-editing of Kemetic thought has been happening for over 2,000 years, beginning with Alexander and the Ptolemies in Egypt. So contrary to popular opinion, Kemetic thought, as inscribed on the walls of Kemet, has underwent 2,000 years of retranslation and re-editing prior to the Bible even being redacted. Interesting, right? Let's read this. Kemetic history has been going through editing since the arrival of the Greeks into Egypt, who tampered with several artifacts and rewrote aspects of Kemetic history. Remember this picture every time you look at a Kemetic artifact. They are reworking our ancient African work to fit their Euro-Arab image. Remember this picture.
I actually own that picture.
Wallace Budge, who I've heard Brother Reggie speak about before, said, beliefs, legends, and myths formulated by the Egyptians at many stages of their development are thrown together and have become a confused mass. The priests found great difficulty arranging their different views and trying to harmonize them. They failed to do so, therefore we find many contradictions in the pyramid texts. And it is now impossible, I'm going to correctly say according to Budge, because I'm not going to make him the beginning and end of whether or not it's possible. I'm being objective.
No, that's very good.
I'm being objective. According to Budge, it is impossible to correct the mistakes they made and to disentangle the confusions which they caused. People, Zion Lexx is not an unbiased, is not a biased researcher nor scholar. I hope that's clear. This is where it all begins. The Sumerian origin of the hieroglyphics. According to modern archaeology, writing began in Mesopotamia. I'm going to re-emphasize my initial opening statement so that before we inject our thoughts and wag the heads, we understand context so that it doesn't become pretext. According to modern archaeology, keep that thought in mind.
I don't need it.
Writing began in Mesopotamia with the Sumerians in about the 4th or 5th millennium BCE. Writing does not reach Egypt until the 3rd millennium BCE, which is approximately around 3500 to 3100 BCE. The writing which developed in Sumeria is known today as cuneiform, which is Latin for cuneus, meaning wedge, and the word form indicating a wedge form of writing engraved in stone or sunk in mud or clay. While excavating in Egypt, a very famous Egyptologist, who is not just considered one of the fathers of modern Egyptology, but he's also considered one of the fathers of modern anthropology, in that anthropology as well, in that some of the methods that he employed to unearth and find and discern information were unique and genuine and distinct to him alone. Therefore, he's also considered in part a father of modern anthropology, as well as archaeology, as I stated earlier, which gives him a lot more credence than simply looking at him as an archaeologist. The man, is also, I'm not into that white people together stuff, as you can clearly hear me say. The brother is not your simple archaeologist. He definitely has a lot of skills. While excavating in Egypt, Flinders Petrie discovered several cylinder seals, which originate in Mesopotamia. This is one of them that he found, by the way, which was used in Sumeria for the ratification of contracts. The very first form of writing discovered in the world were found in the form of cylinder seals. These cylinder seals date back to Sumerian art, as pictured in the image that we're looking at right now. The cylinder seal was rolled onto a mud or clay surface, and the negative image produced a seal which could be used in business transactions. What's highly significant to note here is that this is a Sumerian-based practice. Thus, the fact that it was found in Kemet with Sumerian images clearly indicates and establishes the Sumerian presence in pre-dynastic Egypt, as noted elsewhere in distinct archaeological evidences. The cylinder seals of Sumeria represented the very first evidence of a systematic writing system. I'm going to read now on the left. Writing began in the 4th or 5th millennium BC, which I just quoted. We're going to move on. Interesting. Pictographic writing in Sumer. Here's a history lesson that we're going to get today. So, people, is the Menunetta the only form of ancient writing with a pictographic base? No. If you believe that the only pictographic language on the face of this earth comes out of Kemet, you are grossly mistaken, you are grossly wrong. because pictographic writing can be found in cuneiform, preceding cuneiform, as well as Hebrew, as we're going to see a couple slides down. Pictographic writing was found in Ugarit. Anybody want to know or want to guess where Ugarit is? Ugarit is in the Levant, just so you know. Pictograph writing as found in Ugarit, Sumer, and Kemet are the first forms of writing in the ancient world. Before we differentiate which came first, we're going to be objective. Before we do that, I want you to pay attention to is the pictographic images as conveyed in Kemet, as well as conveyed in Sumerian writing. As we can see here, cuneiform, cuneiform, according to modern archaeology, is the first form of writing. But cuneiform developed from a pictographic writing system. So they didn't even get that right. So while they may want to date cuneiform as the oldest, cuneiform itself developed from a pictographic script, as well as the Medunetta, which later on became the hieratic and the Demotic. Can everyone see that? All right. Next slide. Next slide. Ugaritic cuneiform. According to Ugaritic records, pay attention.
Yes, sir.
The precursory script for Ugaritic cuneiform is pictographic Hebrew, otherwise known as Proto-Canaanite. Thus, from the point of view of archaeology, Proto-Canaanite or pictographic Hebrew is the precursor of Sumerian cuneiform. What do you mean, Zion Lexx? Well, if Sumerian cuneiform comes from pictographic Ugaritic cuneiform, and Ugaritic cuneiform is based in Hebrew pictographic, this shows you then that pictographic Hebrew is actually before cuneiform, as well as the pictographic form of cuneiform, which comes from Ugarit, which came from Hebrew. Sumerian cuneiform, whose precursor is Ugaritic cuneiform, whose prototype is pictographic Hebrew, thus firmly driving home the Torah-based point that all languages have one etymological base or stem, which ultimately traces back to Hebrew, Lashon HaKodesh, the holy language. What you're looking at in the diagram right here is the pictograph and the Ugaritic cuneiform for Hebrew phonetics. Interesting. In Ugaritic cuneiform, it translates with Hebrew phonetics, which is how and why Abraham lived in Sumeria and communicated with them with no problem, because the language base was the exact same. Now things are starting to unravel and make sense. This then means that since modern archaeology regards cuneiform as the first form of writing, and Ugaritic cuneiform is older than Sumerian cuneiform, which claims pictographic Hebrew, I have to say that again. This then means that since modern archaeology regards cuneiform as the first form of writing, and Ugaritic cuneiform is older than Sumerian cuneiform, which claims pictographic Hebrew as its precursor, then clearly, as we teach from the Torah, Hebrew is the oldest language base. Pictographic Hebrew preceding Ugaritic cuneiform. Check out the chart. Here's a chart showing how Ugaritic cuneiform is not only phonetically identical to Hebrew, it also develops from it, the pictographic Hebrew. So on the right, you're looking at Ugaritic cuneiform, which has its base in what? Pictographic Hebrew. And all the phonetics match the Hebrew phonetics. So you're looking at right now the ox symbol, which is Aleph. When you open up the book of Psalms, chapter 8:8, there's a reference to an ox. The Hebrew word that's used is spelled Aleph Lamed Pei. Aleph. which is the Hebrew word for ox, and is also the first letter of the Hebrew language. Now you're looking at the bait, which, as you can see in its pictographic representation, represents a house with an entrance and with a room. And the Ugaritic composite match is demonstrating the same thing in wedged form, cuneiform. As you can see outlined in this chart is pictographic Hebrew being the precursor to Ugaritic cuneiform. With that being said, Ugaritic cuneiform is the oldest form of cuneiform. It predates Sumerian cuneiform. So if Ugaritic cuneiform has a pictographic Hebrew base, then aha, Hebrew is older than not just Sumerian cuneiform, but the metal netter coming out of Kemet. As per, I'm not going to do that to you.
Okay.
As per modern archaeology. Moving on. I like this one right here because it's going to get real interesting. It's going to get to show my understanding of cuneiform. Zion Lexx, you just know Hebrew. Shut up. Yeah? Check this out. The Scorpion King. Before Narmer, there was the Scorpion King. But what is the ancestral and geographical origin of the Scorpion King? Who his understanding in the place of Kemet ideology is very vague. Why? Because there are very few to none references to him throughout Kemet. What you're looking at is a vase coming out of Kemet showing you what purports to be the Scorpion King. And as you can see, that is the scorpion symbol there. And this is in Kemet. And those who subscribe to Kemetic thought and research, more importantly, subscribe to Kemetic research, as in their scholars, believe that this scorpion lets you know that this is the Scorpion King spoken about in Kemetic history. My question is very interesting. My question is this. Before Narmer, there was the Scorpion King. But what is the ancestral and, more importantly, geographical origin of the Scorpion King? Next slide. Sargon, the real Scorpion King. Zion Lexx, you better prove this. Sumerian inscriptions boast of Sargon conquering the four corners of the world, hence including Egypt, i.e. Kemet. Some believe his name is a contraction of the Sumerian term which means great king. I speak Hebrew, which is one and the same with Sumerian. If you don't know that, you don't know language. The word Sar in Hebrew and Sumerian denotes a prince or a king. And the word Gin or Gan denotes like someone who's great. The Hebrew letter Gimel gives you Gadol, the Hebrew word for great. So the Gan of Sargon, they believe, researchers and scholars, European, that this just means simply the great king. Yet, what do the Sumerians translate his name as? To the Sumerians, his name is derived from Sargigus, a much older term denoting the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Interesting. The more recent term used today to speak of Scorpio, which is Gertab, is much newer. Sargigus is the original term for Scorpio in Sumeria. This then means the very name of the very first emperor, and by emperor I mean someone who just not conquers a land, but conquers lands, indicates that he is the Scorpion King. This is going to get really interesting. Scorpion men depicted in the reign of Sargon in Sumerian art. Sargon as the Scorpion King even has likenesses of himself having a godlike attribute personified as scorpions depicted in the Sumerian art of his time. How do I focus in on that? what they wear?
What you mean?
How do I feel like? Point.
That's what the people was asking.
Yeah,
what they need to know is the laser don't show on the screen.
Oh, okay.
If you point the laser on the TV, it won't show. Even if you point the laser on your computer, it won't show. But if y'all was to look above the TV, you'll see the laser shows above the TV.
Right.
But when you put it on the screen, see?
Let's get sophisticated. Use your finger.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. So
yeah, just don't touch the TV though.
Absolutely.
Because when you cut it off, it'll have your fingerprints all on the damn screen. You can point to it.
As our dear elder and brother pointed out, I'm gonna escape from modern
I was
technology.
getting this for you. I was trying to get this for you, and I noticed it don't
Because
show.
I was trying to point it earlier, but we're going to get back on track because I may have a presentation to share, but we're in an unbiased room right now. So Shaka Amos has a counter rebuttal to what I'm sharing here, and I would love to hear that as well. So far we represented Sargon as the Scorpion King, as his name literally translates in ancient Sumerian. Now we're looking at a motif coming out of Sumeria, where the actual attendants or officers of Sargon are also pictured as scorpion. What I want you to pay attention to is this image right here. Because this image right here is represented throughout Egypt, but it's also found in Sumeria. We want to deal with the idea of plagiarism, right? So we're going to deal with the idea of plagiarism. So check this out as these slides start to become very interesting. Let's move on. Sargon as Pharaoh. You got to repeat that, brother. Sargon as Pharaoh with his cuneiform inscription. Where? Abydos. Is there an Abydos in Sumeria? No. Is there an Abydos in the Levant? No. Where is there an Abydos? Oh, Kemet. In Kemet is a cuneiform inscription of calling Sargon Pharaoh. There's an inscription at Abydos in Sumerian cuneiform calling Sargon Pharaoh, having remained undeciphered and unread due to the lack of Sumerian language literate Egyptologists who only knew Medunetta, and they didn't even know that very well. What I should have started off saying, I'm going to inject briefly right now. And here's what I'm going to say. The first thing I want to say right now is this. Dr. Ben made a statement that I want everyone online and in this room to pay attention to. Dr. Ben has a video online called Nubia. Everybody's familiar with it if you're a Dr. Ben fan of his work, especially if you subscribe to Kemetic Thought. I checked it out for the purpose of research.
Say that one
The
more time.
failure.
No, say what Dr. Ben said.
I'm giving it to you right now. Quote it. This is what Dr. Ben said. The failure, not of Hebrew scholars, of which in 1977, Dr. Ben was an honorary teacher among Hebrews. Everybody knows that he became immersed with Hebrews at one point in his career. Maybe you didn't know that in 1977 he was presented with an honorary faculty position, which he accepted, and we have the picture. With that being said, he didn't charge Hebrew scholars with a failure to look past Egypt in order to ascertain truth of the much older histories of the world. He said the fault is on the African scholars who fail to look past Egypt for the ancient worlds. And here's what he also said, which really made me think. He said, to say that Egypt is the oldest civilization, or one of the oldest, I'm quoting him verbatim, is to almost say a rabbit is a pigeon. You couldn't be further removed from the truth. I love you for being such an honest brother on that point, Dr. Ben. May your memory be blessed, because that is absolutely right. Then he goes on to say, in fact, Egypt is one of the youngest to emerge. Interesting. Of all the African civilizations, as per Dr. Ben, who I've heard several times, he's a grandmaster and teacher. Let me finish my slide. So Sargon is denoted as a pharaoh. Sargon's inscription as a pre-dynastic pharaoh in Egypt that this startling discovery of Sargon's inscription in Egypt was not made before is now seen to be owing in part to the narrow look of Egyptologists with their theory that civilization and the Egyptian hieroglyphs originated in the Nile Valley. Mind you, if you look at what I wrote versus what is taken from the source, you see that there's no interpolation, there's no interjection here. So this are not my thoughts that I'm giving you. This is something that is coming from academia. The theory that civilization and the Egyptian hieroglyphics originated in the Nile Valley, and partly to the fact that the pre-dynastic inscriptions are written in the early Sumerian script and language, and not in the later derived conventional form of Egyptian hieroglyphics, with which alone Egyptologists are familiar, as a result of these Sargonic inscriptions having hitherto remained unread. What does that mean, Zion Lexx? Well, in Abydos in Egypt, there are cuneiform inscriptions, and in the cuneiform, here is where we're going to see some work. Talking about go to work, right? In the cuneiform, this is the representation for house. Next to it is the representation for the R sound. Guess what gives you the R sound in cuneiform or in Sumerian? Ra. That's the Sumerian equivalent. It literally says Ra, as we're going to see in the next slide. That's an interesting name, right? Because I do believe there's a personage coming out of Kemet known as Ra. It's going to get very interesting a couple slides away. There are Indus Valley seals. Zion Lexx, you mean to tell me y'all Hebrews don't just read the Bible? This one should have been a cakewalk for the brother. Because Zion Lexx is only going to come with the Bible. Well, in the Indus Valley, which is India, what do we know about the Indus Valley? Let's give credit to Africa right now. Who and what nation emerged out of Africa and conquered up until the Indus Valley? I know Kemetic that would say Nubia. Me being a Hebrew, which we do use different terms, we say Kush. Kush, which is modern Ethiopia, or ancient Ethiopia, excuse me, which is ancient Ethiopia. The Kushite tribes coming out of Africa conquered and dominated from Nubia all the way up the Indus Valley. Seal, it calls Sargon Pharaoh, a title known to be exclusively indicative of Egyptian royalty and kingship. So why is it that in the Indus Valley we see seals of Sargon and his father as pharaohs, which date back in its earliest form to 2760 and 2720 BCE? So why are we walking around like the term pharaoh is distinct to Egypt alone? Maybe because a lot of us are not genuinely, scholastically unbiased with our research. Because if you put your head outside of Kemet and you peek at the annals of history, you may be able to see that melanated greatness does not begin or end there, but it also exists in other parts of the world, as we're going to show. The Indian royal title, Pra, is prefixed to Sargon's name. Let's read it. Here's an Indian epic. Puru had by his wife Pushtu 3 sons, Para, Vira, Ishra, and Ra'a Ashwa, whom they were mighty charioteers. Then Pra, Vira, which is the Sumerian Sargon, which is what the Indus Valley inhabitants refer to Sargon as, Pra, Vira, had by his wife a son named Manisu. I'm not even going to touch on that. Of the line of the Prabhu, which equates to be Pharaoh. The royal eye of Gapta, or Kat, or Eget, ancient Egyptian Get, or Gat, cognate with the Greek Kat. Pra-Vira bears the title of Vira, which equates to his Pur title in the Old Essene Sumerian kingless. The Para, in series with the longer form, Prabhu, which is Sanskrit in origin, literally translates as ruler, master, or lord, and is equivalent to the Egyptian para. If you study language, etymology, linguistics, and you understand baseline phonetics, you can hear para and para coming out of the Indus Valley and in the Nile Valley phonetically being the same thing. If you understand one thing about language etymology, in particular linguistics, which is phonetics, how phonetics evolve, sound is what conveys thought. Sound. Because what do they say? It's not what you say, it's how you say it. The way you enunciate something is how you give it life. Para is equivalent to the Egyptian para or modern pharaoh. The Egyptian name of pharaoh came from the Sumerian house sign, bar or par, because B and P are labial letters. Dag, Zion Lexx, you don't just stand in the corner and yell and shout. You sound like you know something. The Egyptian name of pharaoh comes from the Sumerian house sign, bar or par. Of course, B and P are labial letters. Why mention that? When you have two letters that are formed in the same part of your mouth, it means that conceptually speaking, they are interchangeable. Bar or par, so as to mean the great house, and in Sumerian bar or bara, great house or palace temple. Pharaoh, or in Hebrew paro, known as the great house in Egyptian pero. Wait till y'all see the next one. No, I went too far. Woo!
Uh-oh.
Woo! Sumerian pictograph for pharaoh. Very interesting. What are we looking at, Zion Lexx? We're looking at the Medunetta on the right column, which on the very top gives you the name Asar. The eye under the throne. On the left side of the column, we are looking at the Sumerian cuneiform. No, we're looking at the pictograph. Look at it. Look at the pictograph. Look at the equivalent in Sumeria. It says what? Asaru, son of the sun. What is the symbol? The cuneiform symbol of the eye underneath the throne. Very interesting. Very interesting. What is the Sumerian symbol for house? Bar. What is the Sumerian symbol for house? It's called bar. What is the Medunetta called house? Par. Very interesting. But Sumeria has no relationship to Kemet. You know, in the first 5 minutes of my slide, that thought is already eradicated. Okay. The Sumerian pictograph has bar meaning house, preceding the Kemetic equivalent par, also meaning house. We're going to move on. I'm not going to rub it in because the intention is to empower, so I'm going to catch myself. Sumerian influences in Egypt. We're going to read some things real quick. I can read fast. Where do we start? The Al-Gezeb knife found in Abydos on the right. You know the knife. Anytime you talk with Hebrews about Sumeria coming before Kemet, they bring up that damn knife. With Gilgamesh figure carved on one side, was found in pre-dynastic cemetery at Abydos in Egypt. The perfectly knapped flint blade highlights the high skill level attained towards the end of the Neolithic period. These early potential reference to Sumerian and Egyptian communication is the record of a mass immigration of people called the shepherd folk in Egypt from the east. At around the same time as the decline of the Sumerian Empire and the simultaneous rise of the Egyptian dynasties. What are we talking about? As Sumeria declined, Egypt rose. Interesting. Because as Egypt rose, that exact same time period is permeated, to borrow the term from my good brother, with Sumerian influence and artifacts. The pre-dynastic pharaohs of Egypt were Sumerian. At the time of Sargon the Great, Kemet was referred to as Misr by Asiatics. as a pre-dynastic pharaoh was found at the royal tomb at Abydos. The hieroglyphics are a slightly modified conventional form of Sumerian diagrammic picture writing which came into use during the rule of Menes. Zion. Damn, you're right. They do say Menes brought writing into Egypt. Interesting. At the same time Menes brought writing into Egypt, the Sumerian Empire was on a decline, and they already had writing manifested hundreds of years before Egypt first received it. Very interesting. Menes erected in Egypt into an independent kingdom. Menes was the son, I'm not even going to do that. Let's look at the normal palette. Zion. The Amun-Ra squad has a whole lecture on the normal palette where they show that there is no way, shape, or form that the normal palette denotes anything coming out of Sumeria or i.e. Asiatic. So why even do it? Because all we gotta do, Zion, like Shaka doing now, is we gonna fact check you while you're doing it, then we just gonna debunk you. Well, good luck. The Asiatic images, language, and cultural decipherments. Narmer's name written with symbols of a catfish and a chisel within a place. I want you to remember this. This is where you get Narmer's name from. Narmer's name is represented by a catfish, which gives you the sound nar, and a chisel, which gives you myrrh. Here is Hathor, the goddess. That's Narmer with his sandal bearer, wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt, which we know really references to what we would call in modern understanding today, the apex of Egypt as we know it as a land. But because the Nile flows from the south to the north, or the point of origin of the Nile is in the bottom, we refer directional wise in the opposite direction. But I'm pretty sure those who study Kemetic understanding already know that. My enunciation is for those who may not be familiar with it. There are priests wearing leopard skins following 4 divine standards. Here's an image I want you to check out. This is called a serpopard. What is a serpopard doing in Kemet? Serpopards are from the mythology in Sumeria, as we're going to see. So why on the normal palette do we find serpopards? What's a serpopard, Lex? You're confusing me. It's a serpent and a leopard. The long neck of the serpent, the snake, and the body of a leopard. But again, here's my contention. If Narmer is Kemetic, what mean ye by the serpopard? Well, we're going to check it out. But first, I want you to pay attention to the symbol for Narmer. The symbol for Narmer, a catfish and a chisel. Here's the catfish and the chisel. Here, I'm exploding it now so you can see it. Because the point I'm about to drive home next is going to be so clear it's not even funny. The symbol depicted on Narmer's palette for his name is the catfish and the chisel. And I want you to pay attention to the exact image of what the chisel is on the palette. Now let's look at this. The Sumerian and Kemetic equivalent symbols of Narmer palette. Which symbol looks more like the chisel depicted on the Narmer palette? Well, since we know already, based on the information I shared, that there's a deep relationship between the Medu Neter and the Sumerian cuneiform, let's look at the equivalents. The Medu Neter equivalent for myrrh, look at that symbol. Let me take Professor Small's advice and let me point. Look at the symbol for myrrh in Kemet of the drill, which gives you the mar sound. Now look at the symbol for mar in Sumeria. Now let's go back. That's the symbol as it is on the Narmer palette. Look at the symbol as it is in Kemet. This is a damn lunch stand. The vocabulary of power. I love this. Because whether or not I agree with Kemetic ideology, I love the legacy of melanated people. As I just spoke of earlier, and his palette does not depict the Kemetic unification of Upper and Lower Egypt.
Time out.
But it actually ain't going to interrupt him either.
You
I
want
to finish, that way all the information comes out.
You want, brother.
Thank you.
Stop that Narma.
So this is Narma, the Narma palette.
Unification.
It is my contention that this palette does not represent the Kemetic unification of Kemet by a Commission. What I'm showing, and I'm going to prove, is that Narma comes out of Sumerian. And the Sumerians called him Naram Sin. Anyone who knows baseline phonetics, linguistics, etymology, understands the etymology of Narma to come from Narum. N-R-M. For lack of a better term, we are looking at English words, right? N-R-M. N-R-M. No matter what is the Kemetic or Sumerian equivalent, it doesn't change the fact that it's N-R-M. Period. N-R-M. Naram Sin. Coming out of Sumeria. Will the real Narma please stand up?
Uh-oh.
What are we looking at? We're looking at a victory stela coming out of where? Acadia. Gotcha, Lexx! Akkad is different from Sumeria. Yeah? The Torah, the book of life and truth, teaches us who Narma really is. As I'm going to show in the next slide. And Narma not only conquered Sumeria and formed Babylon, but he also conquered Akkad. But when he conquered Akkad, when he left, he took a different name. Going back to my brother's original question, if it is your contention, Zion Lexx, to teach our people that Osiris, Isis, and Horus comes from Nimrod and his family, you shouldn't be teaching black people. Nimrod is Assad? Huh? Check this out. By the way, let me be a little bit more technical. If you look at the image on the stela for Naram Sin, this image is conveyed in what is known as hierarchic scale, where it gives the main character in the image a godlike appearance, where he towers over his enemies. Let's jet back for a second. Hierarchic scale is also here on the Narma palette, as he is towering over his defeated foes. So they're doing the same thing in Sumeria as well, which is what I want to point out before we get to who did it first. Compare the Narma palette to Naram Sin and keep in mind the etymology, because I'm a linguist. So we're not going to deal with what we think or what we believe. We're going to deal with what we can prove. From a linguistic point of view, there is a clear relationship between the name Narma and Naram. Similarities and differences of objects. The importance of primary figures indicated through hierarchic scale and the proximity to the gods. Differences between Naram Sin are more cohesive and narrative. Bodies are more 3D. Narma is more symbolic and hierarchical. The Serparpard, right here, that we find on the Narma palette. Why is it on the Narma palette if this is a Commission? If Narma is Kemetic? I'll show you why. Serparpards as inspired by Mesopotamian depictions. Here we go. From the much older Mesopotamian release. Even as early as the pre-dynastic period, we find carved on luxury objects, probably of royal origin, scenes depicted fantastic animals, mingling with wild real-world animals. These may be found on ceremonial slate palettes, ivory plaques, and ivory knife handles, particularly found at Hierapolis, or from nearby Nakata in Upper Egypt. Pay attention to where it's found. Most of these early depictions were of winged, falcon-headed griffins or leopards with long, winding necks, and other accompanying animals that are usually considered to be inspired indirectly from models found in Mesopotamia. This Serporpar, the image of the elongated neck of a leopard, originates not in Kemet, but in Sumeria, yet we find it on the Narma palette. Another interesting point to point out. Here's the question that Shaka almost asked me. What do you mean Narma is Nimrod, man? Y'all read the Bible too much. Oh, yeah? Well, check this out. Let's look at the word Narma, and let's look at the word Nimrod. We're going to look at it in English, and we're going to look at it in Hebrew, because we're not dealing with pseudo-scholarship here. I know the English because I was born here in this country, and because I'm true to what I believe, I took the time out to achieve scholastic empowerment in the language which my belief and thought system is based in. So I'm going to give it to you from the Hebrew and the English. Narma and Nimrod, check this out and how this works. When a name from another language goes into another language, there's something called a lingual shift, where a letter will shift places and you will even find a letter dropped. Narma becomes Nimrod. Anyone with baseline, I'm giving credit, anyone with at least a baseline, I'm not asking you to be a scholar, anyone with at least a baseline understanding of linguistics or etymology can see in the first four letters, again, the Namar, the N-M-R. But here's how I'm going to connect it right now. Nimrod is called Asar in the Torah, which translates in Babylonian Sumer.
Is our guest of honor this evening on Global Media Inc. You can support him on Booster, GoFundMe. You can also find him under the name Zion Lion Lexx on Facebook, and that's also the name of his YouTube channel. Take it away, good brother.
All right. So I was asked by quite a few people if I ever in the future would be revealing that PowerPoint presentation that I had prepared for Professor Smalls, who told the people that he was unprepared to deal with me at that level. But all you have to do is play back the video and see that he brought a chart with a timeline of Kemet that went back to almost 8,000 BC for their kingship. But Zion Lexx is the one that was playing games. He had a stack of books to the left and right of him, yet he told the people that he did not come prepared to deal with me at that level. You see, people, what it really is that you see our Torah, but the Creator has allowed us to compile it in one book. And when we pull out that one book, which we call the Torah, they can have in front of them the most exaggerated dynastic timeline, such as what Professor Smalls had in his hand that day. They can have the Per Emheru. They can have every single artifact primary on their shoulders. But when we pull out that Torah, they got to put all that shit away. Because as soon as I pulled out that sword of Torah, he forgot that he very well came prepared, at least in book form, to deal with me on that level. So I'm actually going to go into that PowerPoint in full today and let the people see exactly what I wanted to do. So here we go. Hallelujah. Let's go into the first slide, my brother. All right. I hope everybody can see very, very clear. Whenever we talk about the Sumerians, the Kemetic conscious community, and not all of them, but the main key players that we see on Sarnet's channel. If you want to see more objective information about the Nile Valley, not just Kemet, I adjure you to go to places like Team Osiris on YouTube. I adjure you to go to places like African Creation Energy on YouTube. They will show you Nile Valley information and scholarship. You're not going to get that on Black News 102. So please stop supporting the foolishness. The people that you see from the Kemetic platform want to convince you that the Sumerians are a pale-skinned people. Therefore, when you have people like Zion Lexx who state that Abraham came out of Sumer, that Zion Lexx is giving you Eurocentric information, that he's giving you Eurocentric heroes to follow. People, take a very, very close look at the picture. This is how the Sumerians painted themselves. They had white paint, as the dear Professor Smalls would say, yet when they chose to paint and depict themselves, they chose to use black and brown. So surely they were a melanated people. Actually, primary evidence coming directly out of Mari, which is northwest Sumer. Anunnaki, as you can see, Inanna or Nana, as well as Enlil. Any of those who are familiar with the Sumerian deities. This is a mural depicting some of the Sumerian deities. And notice that it's not just the idea that the Sumerians saw themselves as a people of color, but what you're looking at also in this mural are Sumerian deities. They even envisage their gods to have black skin and black features. So I want you to pay very close attention to that, while honing in and focusing on an idea that the Torah does not say Abraham was born in the Nile Valley. The Torah says that Abraham came out of Sumer. Let's move on. Here is a picture that is re-enhanced with color, depicting the Assyrians of Akkad and early Sumer. Anyone who's familiar with the historical period of Sumer, Akkad, and how it eventually became Ashur or Assyria, you'll notice these motifs. And when we add some color to it, based on how the Sumerians and Akkadians and Assyrians already depicted themselves, this is a roundabout figure of how they would look. Similar to what you see in modern science, when they re-enhance old photos or old motifs to show you how it would look in real time. We've done that to show and depict this brilliant people of color. Moving on. Let's go to the next slide. What we're looking at here is the Polemo stone. There is no data or information coming out of Kemet. Coming out of Kemet. Let me repeat. Coming out of Kemet in stone and book form older than the Polemo stone. Now, Zion Lexx, you bugging. Well, because what happened to the Narmer palette? Well, the Narmer palette would not be classified as a fully functional historical document in that sense. The Polemo stone will, in terms of its details. Those of us who approach exegesis and how we accrue information academically, you know to differentiate the older filing of the Narmer palette from the Polemo stone, and still acknowledge that although the Narmer palette belongs to about 3100 BCE, the Polemo stone is older in terms of the data that it is conveying. The Polemo stone is giving you essentially these elements. It represents the Old Kingdom Annals, the earliest Egyptian historical writing, which dates back to the 25th century BCE. It's a dark stone containing information from the early dynasties. It is inscribed on both sides with a list of kings from pre-dynastic Egypt to the middle of the 5th dynasty. I want to hone in on that real quick. They love to talk about the fact that oldest patriarchs of the Bible, their bodies cannot be found. Well, when we go to the Polemo stone, they list Asar on the king's list. That would be equivalent to our Abraham, because we're talking about the earliest patriarchs of the culture and heritage. And the earliest patriarchs of the culture and heritage of Kemet, we certainly would bring up the name Asar. So I have to ask the Kemetu a question. Where is Asar's burial? Where is Asar's body? I'll wait. Whenever you ask me to show you Abraham's body, the first thing I want you to have ready and on deck is the body of Asar. Until then, you got to sit down and hold your mic, mute your mic. The Palermo stone lists a number of man or demigod type persona and individuals, of whom Asar is one of them. Do you know that when we go throughout the culture of Kemet, we find other kings lists, such as the Turin list, and in some of these lists, we find people like Ptah, and Ptah is said to reign during a particular period. Hold on, Kemet is making him historical. He is no longer a simple attribute or conceptual manifestation of nature or nature. No. In the Kemetic Kings list, he is given historical animation. So I even have to ask you this now. Where is Ptah's body? When you ask me where the body of Jacob is, I'm going to ask you where the body of Ptah is. And when you don't have that answer, we're going to have to ask you to mute your mic. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, this slide is very interesting. I had a dialogue with a brother who calls himself Ra Born Allah. Now, I live in New York City. Spent a lot of years in Brooklyn as well as Staten Island. Staten Island in particular is 5% up and down. The whole Staten Island is the nation of gods and earths. Mainly due to the influence of Wu-Tang and the culture that they gave Staten Island. But I want to say this. I'm very, 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 very familiar with the name of somebody that's quote-unquote God body. Ra-born Allah is God body times 10. And he even tells you that he's a 5%er. So I got a question, man. Every time we see this guy, he got an ankh on one of his memorabilia. And I just have to say that it's quite amazing that people don't even have the intellectual fortitude to stand on the information that is supposed to express their deepest ideals. What do I mean by that? How in the hell was it possible for Sarnetta to have an ankh ceremony with Imam Bashir? Why did Imam Bashir accept the ankh? Because Imam Bashir first accepted the L that the Kemetic community gave his ass. That's why he accepted the ankh. So Ra-born Allah, I'm assuming now that you accepted the L as well, because I've yet to see you say anything that come out the 5% teachings. Where's your ABCs, brother? In fact, what's today's mathematics? I gotta ask you. When you do a video next time, give us today's mathematics so we can put some respect on that Ra-born Allah. Until then, you need to change your name. Or maybe not, since Seti and them say the Medunetta has not been translated. But either way, Ra-born Allah brought up one time in a dialogue that the teachings of Ptah are much older than the Per-Em Heru. That Zion Lexx proves verbatim the Per-Em Heru, especially when talking about the 42 negative confessions of Mayat. Fiji said, and I showed y'all the video. If you want to see it again, I'll put it up on my Facebook tonight and tomorrow. And Fudiji told you that the oldest record of the 42 laws of Ma'at is found during the reign and servitude of Mehepri, which is about the 14th century BCE. We're talking about the late 1300s. He said that is the oldest archaeological record of the 42 laws of Ma'at. And by their own explanation, if you don't have primary evidence for that which you are positing, then it does not exist. So if the earliest primary evidence they have for the 42 laws of Ma'at is dated to about 1386 BCE, then shots got to be fired on you talking about you have the oldest legal code. But Rabbi Allah, who never spit today's mathematics, who never shows you those 5% teachings, where's the ABCs? I guess I know a lot more about the nation of gods and earths than him, apparently. He told me one day through, I believe it was a chat, because he's never really given the mic. He's not a real teacher like that. He was on the chat room somewhere, and he suggested that I look at the maxims of Ptah Hotep, because that's Egypt's first law code. Well, we're looking at it right now. We're looking at the maxims of Ptah Hotep. And this is what we're assessing right now. The date is 2400 BCE. Rabban Allah, Mfudiji, Baba Heru, Professor, no, he's a baby boy, Shaka Amos all say that the oldest legal code of Kemet can ultimately be traced to the maxims of Ptah Hotep. Well, everybody knows the maxims of Ptah Hotep is the 24th century BCE or the 2300s. And this is their oldest legal code. Well, let's look at it and break it down. What does it represent? This is a set of instructions given from father to son or from king to prince on how to magistrate, adjudicate a nation as well as himself. And he praises Mayat here. So at least we know that Mayat is a little older than Mehepri. But this is the first mention of Mayat in conjunction with a legal code. And it's in the form of a proverbial instruction from a father to a son, similar to the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, where King Solomon is imparting knowledge to his son, as we see in the book of Proverbs. Now, I want you to consider this. If the oldest legal code in Kemet is not the Per Em Heru or the Book of the Dead, but it can be traced to the teachings of Ptah Hotep, then what is the next slide that I'm going to pull up? Next slide. What are we looking at here? Looky here. The instructions of Shuapak, proverbial collection of writings in circa 2600 BCE in Sumer. And as you could see, for those who understand writing, it's not the Medunetta. We're looking at cuneiform coming out of Sumer. We're looking at wedged-shaped writing known as cuneiform, but the Sumerians refer to their writing system as Imedjer, which means the master language, because the Sumerians considered themselves the master race, and they therefore called their language the master language, Imedjer, E-M-E-G-I-R. And what we're looking at here, and I want all of you not to believe what someone is saying, but research and check it out. Shuapak predate the maxims of Ptah Hotep by at least 200 years. And guess what? It follows the same theme. It's instructional, proverbial, legal code, and it even traces back to a divine feminine. But she's in Sumer, she ain't in Kemet. And it's in Sumer, it's not in Kemet. And it's 200 years before we see it in Kemet. And it's in the place that Abraham comes out of. Slowly but surely, we're going to do addition and show y'all how 1 + 1 is always going to equal 2. Next slide. And if that wasn't enough, what do we have here? The oldest quote-unquote religious literature in the world is dated to 2600 BCE. What did I say? The oldest quote-unquote religious or spiritual literature in the world ever put on paper, for lack of a better term, or ever recorded onto something physical, spiritual writings and thought, is a Kesh temple hymn. I want y'all all to look up the Kesh temple hymn. Kesh temple hymn is the name of a temple in Sumer. And it actually comes from the name Kish, or what the Hebrews call Cush. And it's in Sumer. And this is the very first time that you see the mention of the names of all of the Sumerian deities. You don't have a mention of any Kemetic deity until the Palermo stone in the 2400s. I'm showing you in the 2600 the names, because when you look at the Kesh Temple hymn, you'll see the names of deities of Sumer mentioned there. And it's mentioned there 200 to 300 years before you even see a deity mentioned in Kemet. I want you to think about that too. Move on to the next slide. The pyramid text, according to Ashwar Kwesi, is dated to the 2375 BCE period, the Old Kingdom. The pharaoh's name, I believe, is Pepi. And his son, I believe, is Teddy. And this is the, excuse me, Unas. Let me correct myself. Slika, excuse me. The very first recording of the Per Emheru is found in the Mer, or pyramid, of Unas. Later on, we see coffin texts, and this belongs to the Middle Kingdom period of Kemet, which is 20 to 25. But I just showed you religious writing that I need you, not want you, I need you to look up and research on your own in Sumer, dating approximately 200 to 300 years before we see the very first appearance of a deity mentioned in Kemet. Let me say that again for those who are not catching me. 200 to 300 years before any deity is mentioned in Kemet, pantheon mentioned in Sumer. While keeping in mind Father Abraham, according to Hebraic tradition, I'll be objective, is coming out of Sumer. So I want to pose this light question to you before we continue. Why in the hell is Abraham going so far to Kemet for information on deity and instructions on morality and how to understand the scope of the universe when he comes from a place that birthed it? I'll wait. Next slide. This is the Papyrus of Mehepri. Go to my YouTube channel, Zion, Lion, Lion, Lexx, Lexx, and watch the video that says the 42 laws of Mayat Mfudiji. In it, you see Mfudiji sitting on Sonita's couch, culture and ideology. And he comes to this particular slide. And this particular slide is of a Kushite. Of course, the Kushites were much darker than the Kemetics, so when you look at Mehepri, he's probably the darkest person ever painted in Kemet. This is probably the blackest color they ever used on a man in Kemet. We've never seen anyone darker depicted in Kemetic iconography. The Papyrus of Mehepri belongs to the 14th century BCE, or 1397 to 1388 BCE. And Mfudiji, Grand Master Teacher, who Sanjeti learned the Medunetta from, as well as many other understudies in the Kemetic paradigm have learned the Medunetta from Mfudiji, so I'm assuming he's a viable source. Mfudiji says the very first appearance of the 42 laws of Ma'at belongs to this man in this period. This is the very first time that you see the 42 laws of Ma'at in Kemet. Are y'all looking at the date? You don't see a legal code in Kemet until 1397 to 1388 BCE. And don't put the blame on me. Grandmaster Teacher Mfudiji said so. Next slide. Is that video able to play? Because the next slide is, this slide is a video. It's a video of Mfudiji speaking what I just said. Can it play? If it can't play,
It's just,
could you please?
It's just a slide, Zion.
Could you, all right, go to YouTube really quick. I need you to do this, please. Go to YouTube, go to my YouTube page, pull up this video with Mfudiji and the 42 Laws of Ma'at. I need the people to hear that. I don't want anyone to say that I'm reaching.
No problem. I got it pulled up now. 1 second. Let me screen share. Do you have a time marker, good brother?
Play it from the beginning. He's gonna go into it in the very first beginning, in the first 40 seconds.
Okay. And the title of that video is Kemet.
Mfudiji. You say Mfudiji 42 Laws of Ma'at.
Okay, 1 second. I got it.
As we wait for that video to buffer, I want to say this. Objective scholarship is the precursor to empowering people with information. I'm going to say this again.
Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Read the Badu lectures. They don't have to take anybody's word for it. This guy, in his tomb in the Valley of the Kings, is the first record of the 42 oracles of Ma'at. Look at this black man. So the 42 oracles of Ma'at, where people get 10 commandments and everything, the first rendering of it comes from this guy's tomb.
All right, I want you to stop right there.
The very first time that you see the...
All right, stop right there. Take your time. We want to get this right. The next slide, there we go. As you just heard for yourself, you objective scholarship. I am not imposing my information on you. I am presenting a body of data and asking you to do the research and pointing you in the direction of where you can find it. And this is how we approach objective scholarship. We source our information and we ask the listening audience to check out the information. And then you can always respond with feedback and critique, and let's empower ourselves. Each one teach one. Mfudiji, Grandmaster Teacher of the Kemetic paradigm and ideology, said out of his own mouth that the very first appearance of the 42 Law of Ma'at is during or in the tomb of this man, Mehepri. And anyone can go and do the math and see that Mehepri is from the 1397 to 1388 BC period, meaning his tomb, 1397 to 1388. And it is there that Mfudiji says the very first recording of the 42 Laws of Ma'at. So I have a question. If the very first recording of the 42 Laws of Ma'at is in 1397 to 1388 BCE, how in the hell can that be the oldest legal code in the world from which everybody gets their legal code? Do you not know that Sumer got a legal code that goes back to 2200, 2300, and 2400 BCE? Do you not know that the Sumerian legal code doesn't do stuff like, I have not cursed the gods. Negative confession 3. I have not cursed the cattle. Negative confession 6. No. Here's what the Sumerian legal code says. An eye for an eye. Woo! What book you know that to come out of? Torah. Can you find me anywhere in Kemetic literature in their legal code where the term eye for an eye is used? I'll wait. This is going to start to make sense to those who got half a brain. And for those who are genuinely intelligent, you already caught on. Abraham comes out of a Sumer, a place that has a legal code in its existence almost a complete millennia, 1,000 years before Kemet has a legal code. And in that legal code in Sumer, you find a great deal of the laws that are enumerated in the Torah. Why would you say that Abraham had to go all the way from Sumer into Kemet to get a legal code and give it to us through his descendant Moses, when Abraham comes from a region that has a legal code that precedes Kemet by a damn near millennia, 1,000 years? Put some bombs on that, my brother. What we're looking at right now is something that I love to do. It's called etymology. I am a Hebrew linguist, and I also been studying the Medu Neter, and I've also been studying cuneiform for years. And the cuneiform letter or glyph for God, look at it and look at the one in Kemet. The very first time you see the flag on the right as a glyph for Neter in Kemet is 2300 BCE. The very first time you see the flag on the left in Sumer is 2700 BCE. But it gets deeper. The Sumerians referred to what we call God as Demeter, but that was the Sumerians. The Akkadians, who come during the 2700 BC period, they pronounced it as Neter. What does every Kemetic linguist tell you about the word Neter? They tell you that according to the time period that you're looking at, the pronunciation will differ. For instance, if you're looking at the New Kingdom, you'll say Neter. If you're looking at the Middle Kingdom, you'll probably say Necher. But if you're looking at the Old Kingdom, it'll say Nedjer. The very same thing it's saying in Sumeria. The only difference is we see it first pronounced in Sumer. Put some bombs on that too. Next slide. All right, we're going to get a little bit more deep. Let me tell y'all right now. This is the reason why Professor Smalls got his ass off that couch, and I'm glad he did, because the Torah says that we got to show respect to the old. And even though I was going to be very respectful with the words I hit him with, the bottom line is words of truth could sometimes be a jagged-edged sword in the mind and heart of a person who's living a life of falsehood. Professor Smalls knew he was going to get this work. As you saw, the old man was sweating on the couch. He was getting slow cooked at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And he got his ass off that couch. I call that intelligence. I ain't even mad at him. It's intelligent to see that you in a battle and you're going to get your ass whooped and leave. Only a fool like Shaka stay there for the whole debate and get killed. Professor Smalls had enough sense to say, this shit ain't going to be on camera. Let me get out of here. Let me exit the building. And that's exactly what he did. And I'm glad he did, because to have him there while I did this would have been devastating, on top of how much I already devastated him by admitting on camera that after dialoguing with me, he's not a master teacher of the Kemetic thought. He says, I'm just into voodoo. That's deep. Because a week prior, you was a grandmaster teacher. And 4 days later, you was on the couch of Sarnetta at the gathering of the masters. What you doing there if you ain't no master teacher? Oh, I get it. When Zion Lexx is next to your ass, you ain't no master teacher. That makes sense. What we're looking at right here is the laws of Ma'ah. In Kemet's earliest period, some of the, I won't say syntax, but I would say the vernacular and the phonetics, when it comes to pronunciation, of various names. What we are calling Ma'at today wasn't always called Ma'at in Kemet. It was known as Ma'ah at one point, and it held the same meaning that it holds today for Ma'at. But the original way to pronounce Ma'at is actually Ma'ah. It's not Ma'at. The older you go into the Kemetic paradigm and thought, the more you'll see different things. What you're calling Ma'at today is a much later pronunciation. In its earliest period, it was called Ma'ah. That's highly significant in light of the next slide. Next slide. In Sumer, their legal code, as we saw, predates Kemet by 1,000 years. Legal code is May. Very interesting. The legal code in Sumer is 1,000 years almost older than what is pronounced in Kemet as the 42 laws of Ma'at. And they refer to their legal code as Me'eh or May. Very interesting that almost 1,000 years later, after travel and conquering, the Kemet II in Kemet would call their legal code, which later became known as Ma'at. Very, very interesting. In Sumerian mythology, a May, conventionally pronounced May or Neh, or Parsu in the Akkadian, is one of the decrees of the gods, foundational to those social institutions, religious practices, technologies, behaviors, and human conditions that make civilization. The Sumerian legal code, the entire corpus or system, was known as Me'eh in Sumerian thought, or in Imejer, the master language, coming from who the Sumerians call themselves as the master race. Let's go to the next slide. I'm gonna rush a couple of these slides because the next couple of slides got some serious work. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at here? City-states. Wait, I thought Kemet was the first to get a city-state, and then they taught it to Rome, and then Rome gave it to America. I mean, they taught it to the Greeks, and the Greeks taught it to the Romans, and that's how America got city-states. That's the first, right? City-states in Sumer, way before Kemet is dug out of thick mud. Let me hone in on that for a second. Watch Sarah Sutton-Seti's lectures on the Hebrew paradigm. Or one hitter he loved to throw out there. The Hebrews ain't built nothing. The Hebrews lived in mud huts. Everything in Hebrew land is all mud. You know, there's a saying that the pot shouldn't call the kettle black, right? Because the Kemetu teach, or the people of Kemet teach, that Kemet was once totally immersed in water. And when it submerged in water, there came a foreigner from a distant land whom the Kemetu called Ptah. Is the one who rerouted the channel of the river of the Nile, or the Nile Valley Channel, or those cataracts in South Kemet, which was really directionally north. When he rerouted it, Kemet was all mud. Everybody knows that. So why would this idiot of a man describe Hebrew civilization as mud huts? Well, we all know at one time, Kemet was a pile of mud dung. That's mud shit. That Ptah, the foreigner, had to come and change. But it gets deeper. I own an Egyptian lexicon. I've been studying Medunetta almost 6 months now. Word that I haven't found in the lexicon yet. This root word, it's Ptah. So I looked at several of the dictionaries, and I came to find out, based on what Budge based on what Gardner is saying what Mercer is saying, that Ptah is a loan word, Egyptian origin. Well, that makes sense, because even the Kemetic people tell you that Ptah is a foreigner who came to Egypt and restored it from its flooded estate and made it habitable and farmable for men to live on and civilize. But I have a question. What is Ptah known as in the Kemetic paradigm? He is known as the one who spoke the universe into existence. It was his thoughts in concert with his speech that gave life to all of existence in Kemetic thought. He is the speaker of existence. In Kemetic thought, Ptah spoke the universe into existence. Well, I have a question. We know that names usually define the character or the essence of a man. That Ptah is an Egyptian loan word, meaning it doesn't originate in Egypt. We also know that the native Egyptians say that he didn't come from Egypt. What does Ptah mean in Hebrew, all those who speak Hebrew? Let's look at it. The letter or word Ptah in Hebrew would be spelled Pe, which is the Hebrew glyph for mouth. The next letter is Tav, and the next letter is He, Ptah. Let's go to the etymological dictionary of biblical Hebrew. Aha! Ptah, beginning with the letter Pe, and the letter Tav, and the letter He, literally means to speak into existence. Very interesting. Foreigner who came into Kemet and restored it to make it habitable and farmable and eventually civilized it, has a name and a history consistent with something out of the Hebraic paradigm and even fitting the Hebraic vernacular. I think that is extremely significant, especially in light of the fact that we know that as godly as everyone wants to believe Kemet is, or as naturally as everyone wants to believe Kemet is, Kemet was not called Ta-Necha. Ta-Necha translates today as the land of God or the land of Necha. They never called their land the land of God. Interesting. If all the gods originate in Kemet, why not call Kemet Ta-Necha? What was called Ta-Necha? Keep that thought in your mind. We're going to come back to that in 2 more slides. Next slide. I dealt with that already. The oldest legal code in Kemet, in Sumer, one of them is the Stela of Ur-Nammu, dated to 2100 BCE. Come back, check the tape, and do the research yourself. Next slide. There's an even older legal code referenced on the walls in Sumer. The only people who inscribe their findings and their thought on walls. Go to Sumer. The first references to written law date to 2400 BCE. You mean not 1397? You mean it's not the papyrus of Mehepri like Memphudiji is saying? No. In Ur and Gur, the king of Ur stated that he administered justice following the laws of the gods. The oldest code in our possession, that of King Ur-Nammu, dates to 2050 BC. Didn't I say almost 1,000 years before you see a legal code in Kemet, you have a legal code in Sumer? And those legal codes are saying almost the exact same thing that we see in the Torah. And we know that the Torah came from Moses, who came from Abraham, and Abraham came from Sumer. So why are we going into Egypt for what? Mute your mics. Next slide. This is what the Stela of Ur-Nammu looks like. And this is the God giving the legal code to Nammu. Next slide. Real quick, this is an image in Kemet of Khnum molding a man of clay. Shouldn't this settle the entire argument on evolution? Why are the so-called Kemetic teachers arguing about this? It's on the goddamn walls in Kemet, as Sarah Sutin said he would say. It's on the goddamn walls. And you listening to this Peckerwood and all this evolution? What about what's on the walls of Kemet? Evolution ain't on a single wall in Kemet. But what you see is a deity known as Khnum molding man from clay. The Torah says that man was made of mud. What are the constituent elements or essence of clay? It's mud. Who is the person that is making man? It's a deity known as Khnum in Kemet. So that means even in Kemetic ideology, man's existence is owed to a divinity or a divine force. So where are we going with evolution? Shouldn't the argument be a closed case? Well, don't expect logic to follow idiots. Next slide. Next slide, next slide. All right. Hebrews, where is your archaeological evidence? Where is your archaeological evidence? You have no primary evidence for anything coming out of the Levant in Israel. Primary evidence. Well, my brothers, if you look at this primary evidence right here, it shows you where our primary evidence went. It went to Rome. What we're looking at here is the Arch of Titus. And the Arch of Titus is a primary artifact showing you where the Israelite primary evidence is back to Rome. So wherever they ask you, where is your primary evidence? Please show them this piece of primary evidence that is showing us where our primary evidence went. Because whenever you listen to their lectures, they will tell you that when you go into the dungeons, cellars, and when you go into the basements of the museums, that's where they hide all of the real Kemetic artifacts. But we have primary evidence right here telling you that almost all of our primary evidences were taken away and hidden by a people. So why are we playing a game? Logic don't follow idiots. Mute your mic. Next slide. All right. Here's a book I want you all to check out. It's even available on PDF form for free. It's written by a person that every single pseudo teacher of Kemet follows heavily, religiously follows. E.A. Wallace Budge, a European man. Whenever I could tell you right now that there isn't a single Kemetic teacher that hasn't quoted from his scholarship. There's no Kemetic teacher right now teaching right now that did not quote E.A. Wallace Budge in a proactive and positive way as verifying the truths coming out of Kemet. Well, guess what? Being that E.A. Wallace Budge had a lot of time on his hands to look at Kemet, he found out some very interesting things about Kemet's first dynasty. That the Kemetic Grandmaster teachers follow, cosign, and revere religiously a European by the name of E.A. Wallace Budge. He wrote a book, From Fetish to God in Ancient Egypt. Let's look at the contents of that book really quick, people. Before we look at it, let me remind you of this. I went in my debate and I told Shaka Amos that who we are calling Osiris, or i.e. Asar, is really Nimrod. And when you go into the book of Genesis chapter 10, I believe it's verse 11, it says, and he went forth, and Ashur went forth, and he built Nineveh. This is the part of the chapter and passage in Genesis 10 that is giving you the genealogy of Noah's sons. This particular genealogy is the genealogy of Nimrod. In this particular verse, it does not call Nimrod Nimrod. It says, and Ashur went forth and built Nineveh. Surely Ashur is the name of a person and not a city, because a city is not building a city. A person is building a city. So that means Nimrod was called Ashur. All of us know that the shin and sin are interchangeable in the Hebrew language. And we also know that what the Hebrews refer to as shin, the Sumerians and Akkadians pronounce with a soft sound, an S. Just like the Israelites in the north said Sibboleth, and the Israelites in the south said Shibboleth. We've always seen a differentiation between the hard and soft sounds of an S. So the Torah says, and Ashur went forth and built Nineveh. And the Sumerians didn't call him Ashur as the Hebrews did, but the language is very close. They called him Asur, what the Kemetu refer to as Asar. But don't take my word on it. Let's look at what E.A. Wallace Budge has to say about Asar in Kemet. Let's see who he says Asar really is. Next slide. We may now compare the cuneiform characters for Asari, i.e. Marduk, and the transcription of them into hieroglyphs. The group of wedges which are read Asari, this is in Sumer, people, and it is composed of two distinct characters. The first has the well-known meaning of tent or dwelling or resting place, and the second has the meaning of eye and is placed inside the sign for tent. The two signs by which these are transcribed in Egyptian are a seat or a throne and an eye. Isn't the glyph for Osiris or Asar in Kemet an eye under the throne? Well, the glyph for Nimrod or Asari in Sumer is the same. It's the symbol of an eye under a seat or under a throne. And this is E.A. Wallace Budge, an Egyptologist, telling you this. Now, the sign is followed in the text by two other cuneiform characters. These form a title of Asari and read in Sumerian Ludu, and they mean good man or being. Thus, we have Asari, the good being. But check this out. In Kemet, in the Egyptian text, one of the principal titles of Osiris is Unefer, which means the good being. Isn't that interesting? That the person known as Asari or Asar in Sumer is also known as Lu-Dug in a Sumer, which translates as good man or good being. And Asar or Osiris is also known in Kemet as Unefer, which means good being. It seems clear that this title is the Egyptian translation of the cuneiform. Thus, there is little doubt that the Egyptian Asar is the equivalent of the Babylonian Asari. You better drop some bombs and fire some shots in here on that one. Next slide. Next slide, brother. This is just repeating what I just showed. Next slide. All right, here's another book. Wallace Budge. I'm giving you Egyptologists telling you the very same thing I told Shaka, that not only does the language of Kemet come out of Sumer, as I showed you when we look at the names of the deity, right? But the deities themselves in Kemet also come out of Sumer. But don't take my word for it. Look at the guy all these pseudo-scholars quote. Look at E.A. Wallace Budge. He got a book called The Gods of the Egyptians. And guess what he's going to tell you about where the gods of the Egyptians come from? Next slide. Anthropologists of the evolutionary school deny any cultural connection between Egypt and Sumer in the early days of their history. But their case fails for lack of evidence. On the contrary, we know that there was a close affinity between the religions of Egypt and Mesopotamia. In Egyptian myth, the underworld was named Osiris. In Assyrian, Asar. Are y'all hearing? In Egyptian, the underworld was named Osiris, but we know Osiris is the Greek way of saying Asar. In Assyrian, what is it known as? Asar. Is Assyria in Kemet or is Assyria in the vicinity of Sumer? The underworld is called in Assyria Asar. Think about it. The goddess Hathor corresponds with Ashtoreth and Isis with Ishtar. Sir Wallace Budge, in his fine study, The Gods of the Egyptians, has interesting chapter entitled The Oldest Company of the Gods in the Creation. The oldest company of the gods in Egypt consisted of 4 gods and 4 goddesses, and each god was paired with its female counterpart. In the Assyrio-Babylonian 7 tablets of creation, we find a similar company of gods described, both 8 in number and divided into 4 pairs. Budge was convinced that the close correspondence of the two groups of godly companies was not due to chance. Didn't I just show you that before Kemet even mentions a deity, we find deities present in Sumer? While this Budge is showing you that even the formation of the god concept and how they group their gods in Kemet, the same groupings can be found in Sumer, except we now know that Sumer mentions deities before they're even mentioned in Kemet. Thus, we can infer and draw the conclusion that the ordering of the gods was also mentioned first in Sumer before it was mentioned in Kemet. Next slide. And here comes this guy. What a bum. You know, shout out to my brother, Chief Uzziah El Ben Lewi. That's my big brother right there. I love that brother, man. He always keep it real with me. He's a big brother to me. When we was coming up, he used to whoop my ass. But that's what I needed. That's what a big brother's supposed to do. And I love him because there was a time period where I was allowed to be slandered. I was allowed to be name called. And when I looked to the left and I looked to the right, nobody around me answered the call. And that brother stood up as a brother and helped me. Because the Torah has a law that says that thou shalt not stand aside while thy brother's blood is to be shed. And we interpret that both metaphorically as well as literally. If somebody is slandering your brother in front of you, they're not allowed to talk greasy about you. You know, those of us that grew up in the hood, you know, nobody could talk greasy about your man in front of you. So whenever you're around people that could allow others to talk greasy in front of you, that's not your man's in them. But moving on. Garfield writes here, I didn't know Zion Lexx could read the language. I came on Global Media Inc. to say that I was going to decipher the Kemetic Mystery School. Here's Garfield's response. I didn't know Zion could read the language. He knows the culture of Kemet. Who taught him? It's crazy, Basim. You allow this, then don't invite folks who know the craft. You have Meru, Benjamin, Alan Brown, Wujawu. Wait, Wujawu the plagiarizer, right? Yeah. Sanjeti. Oh, Sanjeti the liar, right? The one who said that he had a personal conversation with Seti and said he really didn't mean to say the Medu Neter wasn't translated. But fast forward, less than 2 weeks ago, he is now battling Seti, and he admits that over a year ago, he had a phone conversation with Seti, where Seti also told him that the Medu Neter has not been translated. So why did Sanjeti get on a big stage and platform in Harlem and have the nerve to debate me on this topic and lie and tell me and the people that Seti is right here and he could tell you what he really meant? They full of shit, people. Logic don't follow foolishness. Mute their mics. I'm going to stop my presentation here because it's getting late, but I want y'all to pay attention to the number. We only on number 26. There are 40 slides here. I ain't even going to show the rest of the slides because I'm daring one of them to come out and get this work. Hallelujah.
Bravo. Well done, Brother Zion Lexx. Well done. We are on slide number 26 right here. We will definitely pick this up and make sure that the audience gets it. You still got another 14 slides. I'll speak with you tomorrow before the Shabbat. I know it's been a busy week for you, as well as it's been a busy week for myself, good brother. I appreciate your time this evening. Family ones. So we definitely appreciate you dedicating almost 3 hours of your time this evening.
You're very welcome.
I just want to close out one more time with some of your promotional material and the links included. Good brother.
Oh, thank you very much. I want to close out by giving all glory to the creator of heaven and earth. You know, when I get on platforms and I speak these truths, I'm not the author of these truths. When Hebrew speaks wisdom, we can't put a patent on it. All the wisdom that comes from the Hebrews is an emanation from the creator. So I give the creator all glory. We say, Kol Kavod Lekar Alel. You know, there's so much work to be done, but I want to show you that it can be done. I want to show you that there's nothing that trumps Torah. And I'm challenging them right now because we all know they watching and they all know they listening. I gave Son Jetty a little taste of it at the Kemetic War Conference. I challenge all of their Medunetta linguists to come out and do a lecture on the depth of thought conveyed in the language in the Medunetta. And I, at that time, will join them on stage, side by side, on another screen, and show the depth of thought in the Hebrew language. And we will be held by the people to prove science coming out of those thoughts just by looking at the language, metaphysics, spirituality, and the condition that we at today, all by looking at the language alone. I challenge all of them. I challenge every single scholar of the language of Medunetta to join me on stage. This is not the first time I asked all of them to join me alone on stage, because I'm never alone. The Creator is with me. The Creator is with us as Hebrews. Hallelujah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my team that supported me tonight. I love you dearly. We are known as Sha'ar Emet, the gate of truth. I'll say it again. My team is known as Sha'ar Emet, the gate of truth. And that's what we do. We bring that truth. Hallelujah.
Indeed, good brother. Hallelujah. I enjoyed it.